Hello, sound check, check, check. Hello, hello, check, 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 check. Hello, 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 check, check. Sound check, sound check, sound check, sound check, sound check, 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 check. Hello, hello. Hello, sound check, 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 check. Sound check, check, check. Hello, check. Hello, check, check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Sound check, 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 check. Hello, sound check, 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 check. Hello, 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 hello. Sound check, check. Hello, hello. Sound check, check, check. Sound check. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, hello. Sound check. Hello, hello, hello. Sound check, sound check. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, hello. Sound check, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, sound check, check, check. Hello, hello, sound check, 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 sound check, sound check. Hello, hello. Okay, we're getting input. Hello, sound check, check. Hello, hello, sound check, check, check. Hello, 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 sound check, check, check. Hello.
There we go. Financing action on cooling. So, I don't know how many of you felt hot when you were outside standing in that very long line today, but I certainly was. This year has been the hottest year on record, and September was actually the hottest month on record. I think we keep breaking records, no? The Emission Gap Report's title was Broken Record, because we are breaking a lot of records in terms of global warming of the planet. And so it's really important with these extreme temperatures to put a spotlight on cooling. Cooling protects people, as all of you know here today, from the rising temperatures, from food quality and safety, for vaccines, keeping our economies productive. It's also really important for climate justice because often it's the most vulnerable and poor populations that are hardest hit by climate impacts, such as rising temperatures, and they're the ones that have the least access and are the least prepared. But of course, the flip side of the cooling challenge, as all of you here know, is that, if we continue with cooling growth as business as usual, it will lead to a doubling of greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And we certainly can't allow that to happen because it will just lead to more heating and more cooling. But there are solutions, and that's what we're here to discuss today. And those solutions will allow us, as an upcoming report supported by our sponsor Clean Cooling Collaborative and the Danish government will be launched tomorrow, the Global Cooling Watch. And that will show that we can actually meet cooling demands for 3.5 billion additional people while slashing emissions and saving trillions in power sector investments and for end users. The question is, and that's one I hope we can answer today, how can we deliver these benefits? How can we leverage that savings in power sector investments, that saving for end users from efficiency through business models that can give that benefit to the consumers? Well, some of the things we've shown in the report that's coming up, but I won't give you all the gems, you'll have to wait for tomorrow, is that governments have to introduce aligned policies. And the three key policies the report focuses on or shows in terms of achieving significant emissions is a reduction of demand through passive cooling, and passive cooling measures, not just for buildings, but also for the cold chain, improvement of energy efficiency standards, and accelerated phase down of HFCs. These three policies aligned and coordinated can actually allow us to achieve these significant emission reductions and $1 trillion of investments. On the other side, finance needs to be increased, and that's what we want to talk about today is how, although sustainable cooling saves lives, it does, and is on a life cycle cheaper, it does have the barrier that sometimes it can have a higher upfront cost. But there are many business models, proven business models that we'll hear about today that help spread the cost over a longer period of time. There's consumer financing innovations that allow for consumers to have access to these products through on-wage financing or on-bill financing. There's public procurement. There's cooling as a service. There's significant public-private partnerships and also incorporating cooling into development banks, lending practices, which is we're hoping to hear a little bit about today. So there is a lot of opportunity to tackle these barriers and scale up cooling. And last, we must tackle the barrier on information. So what we're talking about today, and it's a bit funny because I look at the audience. I mean, we're all experts here. And I was really hoping that this speech was going to go to people who don't know anything about cooling. But, I'm giving it to people here who are like, yeah, okay, like you can sleep while I'm talking. Aside from the picture of me and palm tree behind me, which will wake you all up because I look like a palm tree. But I really think that, a lot of reports show that sustainable cooling is not more expensive. We just need to get the finance models right and the instruments right and the business models right. And so can we spread that? The discussion we're going to have amongst ourselves today, can we promise each other that we're going to go out and at least meet one person out there that doesn't know anything about cooling and tell them about this story that we're going to talk about now? So with that, I'm going to invite our experts up, which is most of the audience. So sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think most people are still stuck in a lineup that they didn't anticipate because it's very long today. So first I'll invite Mr. Chandrasekhar Govindarajulu. I hope I said that right. Yeah, Acting Manager, Energy Climate Finance from SMAP, World Bank Group, to join us. Please join us on our cozy podium setup. Helen Walter Terrioni, Director, Global Climate Policy, Train Technologies. Noah Horowitz, Director, Clean Cooling Collaborative. Michelle Farrell, Senior Operations Officer, International Finance Corporation. Hubert Zan, from the Energy Commissioner of Ghana, the Energy Commission of Ghana, and Sudhir Perla, Managing Director for Tabreed Asia and Country Manager of Tabreed India. Okay, well, good. So I'd like to first kick off the intervention with maybe having Chandrasekhar give us an overview of the criticality of finance to ensure a sustainable cooling transition. Yeah. Here.
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's a real pleasure to meet colleagues. I've been watching cooling from the sidelines for for a few years, but it's good to meet, and I've been working with the SMAP team on cooling quite a bit. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. I think given the audience size, I think we should just make it a round table rather than than a presentation. The show and tell format. But yeah, I mean, having worked on energy efficiency quite a bit before, here on the cooling side, some of the challenges that we face now, and it's a broader agenda comprising both the built environment as well as on supply chains and rural aspects of it, which also we are focusing on health and so on. So there are a lot of similarities and also some differences, I must say. In terms of the similarities, it's really some of the gadgets, right, that need to be purchased, deployed, implemented, applications. There are technologies that need to be made, people need to be made more aware of that. So then the standards in quality assurance is a critical piece of that, as you have seen in other areas as well as off-grid appliances. So as well as energy efficiency appliances, I mean, standards are critical. And to really get the market moving, you need to have the enabling environment, as we all know, and support for the government, support to the governments, and their leadership is really critical in that. So in terms of the business models, I think you, Lily, already highlighted all those different options. I think this audience is probably well aware of those. The critical piece there, the way at the World Bank we are seeing is that we try to integrate cooling as much as possible as part of World Bank operations. Not only earlier we started with the energy sector operations, but now it's broader than the energy sector operations. That is one critical difference here. When we were putting the cooling program together, it was also the time of the pandemic, so there was a big focus on vaccine delivery. So we reached out to our health sector specialists and operations because there was a big push. So that has been another element, and then also on the agriculture side and schools. So all those have been very nice pieces. But what we're finding is also that the effort it takes to implement those projects in the other sectors is also much more than it would take in an energy sector, because in the energy, people working on energy are generally more familiar with GHG emission reduction calculations, for example, and the market organization and so on, and business models thereof. But when you work with colleagues that are in education or health or some new areas, it needs much more intensive support, both in terms of the counterparts in the countries, as well as our own teams. So that is one area that we are trying to see how to make ourselves stronger and how to do that. In terms of SMAP, the Energy Sector Management Assistance Program, which we provide upstream support to countries and clients. We are working in 40 countries, and we are thankful to some of our donors here, ClimateWorks. And in terms of investment operations, once the TA is provided, we have investment operations. Now we are trying to do in 9 countries. We had fundraised $157 million from GCF, the Green Climate Fund, and we are trying to deploy that through our World Bank operations. So we have the first project, happy to say that in Sao Tome and Principe on space cooling that has been approved. It's been disbursed also. Second project is coming up in Somalia. That is in the next month or so it will be approved. And there are projects in other countries that are going to follow up. So on the whole, I would have wanted to see a much stronger uptake of this, given that it is such a critical area. Clearly, the limelight is being stolen by green hydrogen and other things. So I think we all need to come together and make a stronger pitch and see how to make this market move faster. I'll stop there for now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you so much. Well, also thanks for World Bank for taking the lead, and maybe this will also inspire other development banks to also integrate cooling into their, sector operations. That's pretty powerful, I think, and I think makes a big difference. And it's great to hear that you've been able to unlock this significant amount of funding for GCF through the GCF for these countries. I think that 40 countries getting support on this is a good start. So yeah, thanks for that. But yeah, I hear you that clearly it's not an easy task, and probably hearing from you throughout this discussion on how the community can work with the World Bank and other development banks to make it easier for you to lend on cooling or to, integrate cooling into the sector to meet your challenges internally. I think that would be really a useful thing, since we are an internal audience here. That would be very helpful to hear. So maybe I'll go to you now, Sudhir, to hear about your experience with a cooling as a service business model. So Chandrasekhar kind of highlighted that there are these different business models. I mentioned them quickly in my introduction, but it would be good to hear a little bit more detail around the cooling as a service business model. How is it different than others, and how can we maybe transfer these models around the world?
Sure. Thanks, Lily. And so I think in a sense, what cooling as a service is about is vis-a-vis an individual developer or building planning their own cooling requirements. A provider comes, designs, builds, owns, operates, and provides a long-term service, right? So basically you're taking essentially a life cycle view. You're also taking in some sense a systems view as well. So this can happen either at a building level, or of course you can aggregate to a couple of buildings, and much larger to district cooling essentially, right? And what most players, including some like the Breathe, what we do is it's generally technology agnostic, solution and OEM agnostic. It's kind of done in a way that it suits each project's requirement. And since there is capital being deployed as well, along with providing expertise, that generally the business model inherently ensures that there is pragmatism in the way design is done. So most of the projects that, for example, most players do is they work together with a building developer to ensure that a lot of passive elements can be incorporated to make the buildings a lot more energy efficient compared to baseline. So there's some level of collaboration and expertise sharing. Once that's done and the residual mechanical load can be optimized, then looking at that through more innovative business models is where the opportunity comes. And why it's important to incorporate both passive as well as financing along with design elements is because ultimately in cooling as a service, you get paid for what is consumed on an ongoing basis. So to the extent there is overinvestment and overcapacity, which doesn't become economically viable for the end users, we've seen many times where basically the model doesn't survive, right? So in some sense, a long-term view becomes an inherent part of the business, and we are incentivized to make sure that you only put what is required to be done. And once that load or the cooling demand is right-sized, and then you can design, and since the expertise of most cooling as service providers, including the Breathe, is essentially to make sure that, like I said, you bring the right technology and bring the right financing solution as well for the project to provide cooling on a long-term basis. It kind of helps scale acceleration of more sustainable technologies. As perspective, the Breathe as a company, we provide cooling as a service for about 450 million square feet of built-up area. And this includes, of course, small standalone plants, which at a building level, and much larger district cooling plants. And because you're bringing financing as a part of the offering, once that's done, it offers 3 or 4 key benefits, right? The first is it opens up access to to a variety of capital sources which otherwise wouldn't be possible at a building level. So we, for example, have a green bond financing framework, so that opens up the possibility for green financing to go into the cooling market than just in renewables. That's one. And along with that, I think what it also enables is basically the possibility of just having a pay-per-use a model where people pay for exactly what they use, and yeah, so we're a listed company and we have a platform with IFC as well. So brings in the possibility of DFIs, public markets, along with everything else. So I think that's where cooling as a service kind of brings in the possibility of a large-scale adoption of sustainable solutions and bringing financing into the market, essentially.
No, and the idea of incorporating passive cooling into that is a good one also, because we hear a lot about the challenges of how to finance passive cooling, and so this seems to be one of the options that can be used to scale up passive cooling solutions. If I can just segue to you, Hubert, to ask you, I mean, we've heard now from World Bank, we've heard from private sector. How is Ghana addressing the challenge of financing to scale up, more efficient equipment, refrigerators, air conditioners? Can you share a little bit about your experience?
So thank you very much, Lily, and hello to everyone on the co-panels. Yeah, so Ghana, Sub-Saharan Africa, is trying as much as possible to also be a champion in terms of setting the pace. There's always this notion that when can this be done? And also you need some people who act like the laggards. They want to wait and see whether it's possible to be done or not. And so we have taken the challenge, the bull by the horn, and we've realized that it's not been easy. Most predominantly, items in terms of cooling appliances are imported into Ghana, so we don't have manufacturers. Unfortunately, most of these items are importation of used, obsolete appliances. Also because of the cost of the product. And so predominantly the market has been used products, but we also needed to set the minimum performance standards to find a way of supporting some of these people. Because at the end of the day, you are spending cheap to buy the appliance, but you are going to spend a lot in terms of the electricity cost. And that is very critical for us. So as far back as 2005, we set the minimum performance standards for air conditioners, and then in 2009 for refrigerators. However, we have gone ahead to revise this regulation because technological change has also come into place. So last year, November 2022, Parliament passed the regulation to revise refrigerators and air conditioners. And then we have also added 17 new appliances to the list of appliances. So totally we are looking at 19 appliances now, from homes to the kitchen, to the industry. So we have electric motors and all. Now, having done this as part of the policy from government's perspective, how does the consumer get these products to use? It's also about the cost, as we mentioned. So we came up with some innovative financial mechanisms. First of all, in 2012, we came up with a rebate, where we help people to replace by turning in their old obsolete appliances. They got a coupon to be able to buy a new efficient one. That worked for a while, but now we are also working with U4E, UNEP U4E, and through the Basel agency, we came up with the Eco Fridges project. And the Eco Fridges project is looking at the on-wage provision. So salaried workers or people who have salary through the mains have worked with partner banks. So first of all, we set an eligibility criteria. What is our criteria? We want a minimum of 3 stars in terms of the air conditions, but the refrigerant component should be R32 as a baseline. And then we have the refrigerator being 5-star, and then R600 being the base refrigerant. So vendors who can bring these products into the country will participate in the program. And I must say that these are highly efficient products. So the costs, and the vendor looks at the market and says, why should I invest in this when others are selling the minimum performance of the appliance? So there had to be a certain guarantee of sale. So what we did was to partner the banks as well, partner banks. And so because of these banks want to also improve upon their green status, they decided to take care of the upfront cost of the project or these appliances. So a consumer who is a salaried worker goes to the vendor shop who is participating in the project. He identifies the refrigerator or air condition. He picks an invoice, and then the bank pays the vendor. The upfront cost is sorted. Now the bank deducts the salaried worker for 12 months at 0% interest. And this is what has helped so much that as we speak, over 4,000 units of cooling appliances have been sold. And these are super efficient. So it has given us the notion that it's about supply and demand. If it's available, people will take advantage. Now, even if it's available and there are other financial mechanisms to support that upfront cost, then that myth of costs is defeated. And so this is a clear example of what Ghana has done using the eco-fridges project. And we hope that this can be scaled up looking at other refrigerant components, and we hope that consumers will be able to take advantage. Bulk procurement is also there, so we are looking at also training government agencies. Since we are a regulator, we came up with a green public procurement. Because government is the highest buyer of cooling appliances, we set the minimum criteria for these agencies so that when they are buying in bulk, economics of scales can come in and they can get these super efficient appliances as well. So this is what I have to share as far as Ghana is concerned. Thank you.
Well, what can I say? That you are really a star. You really... Yeah, no, you're really a star, and I think...
And once you say this, a lot keeps on coming, that harmonization is key. Sub-Saharan Africa, Ghana is doing it, but we need the other ECOWAS region to jump on board. Otherwise, we have a porous border system. What does it mean for one country to set minimum performance standards and its neighbors don't have? So you still have this dumping of inefficient products coming in and finding themselves into the country. So we advocate for harmonization of these regulations and standards.
No, I think it's a really important point, the harmonization. We know in the report that's going to be launched, we found 115 countries have minimum energy performance standards, but they're not effectively implemented, or they're not updated, they're not at the highest, they're not setting the efficiency floor at the best levels. So I think the harmonization is very important. But also, your whole story on the eco-fridges is very powerful. It's one thing for me to stand up here and say it's a good idea to do on wage or on bill financing. It's another for Ghana to share its experience on how you have now 4,000 units, deployed as a result of this financing mechanism. And it just shows this myth of efficient cooling equipment being expensive. It's really a myth. It just needs to be having the right business model and finance instrument to spread the cost over time for the consumer to be able to access it. And that message needs to be transmitted. So we're really grateful that you're here today, because this is on live stream. So we will we have it on live stream, and we will also keep it on record and try to spread the message to others. So thank you so much for sharing that. And the partner banks, they were local banks?
Yes, so these are local banks. So Carl Bank, and permit me to mention. And then we also found savings and loans, Lesego. So not everybody has a salaried account. So for those who were doing savings and loans, they would work through the Lesego Bank, where they have a certain mechanisms while they are able to retrieve their monies from them. So that guarantee is settled for that. So we also urge other banks to take advantage. Again, most of the banks wanted to stay and understand how it was going to work. So the early birds took advantage, and I'm sure when we have more of them joining on board, there will be options. Otherwise, the challenge immediately is that everybody has to change his salaried account to a particular bank, and that becomes a challenge. So it didn't come without challenges. There are quite a lot of them, but we know how to go about it and find solutions towards that.
Thank you. Maybe I'll transition to you, Noah, because I know, actually you've also had a role in the success of these cases. So I would really like to hear from you what your perspective is on how international climate finance and philanthropies can help create the enabling environment to scale such business models.
Sure. I have formal comments on index cards, but let me first say thanks for being here, and great to hear your story. A huge success, and we help support the Eco Fridges program I'm Noah Horowitz, the director of the Clean Cooling Collaborative at ClimateWorks Foundation. And what I'm hoping we can all do, and all of those of you out there, you heard how 4,000 units were moved. How do we get that to 40,000, 400,000, and the millions of air conditioners and refrigerators that are being installed around the world? If I said nothing else, that's all I would say, but here we go. So energy efficient, climate-friendly cooling for all, that's what our program is about. We're a global program, sorry about that, a philanthropic program based at ClimateWorks Foundation. And we focus on 3 strategies. How do we avoid or reduce the need for mechanical cooling through passive cooling techniques, better building codes, use of cool roofs and cool surfaces? Then there will be a lot of mechanical cooling installed, whether it's for space cooling or refrigeration. So we want to make those more efficient, and we also want to accelerate the shift to better refrigerants that have lower global warming potential. And more on the air conditioning side, in the future we want to make sure those can talk to the grid and shed load automatically in a way that doesn't inconvenience the user while they're still comfortable, but prevent blackouts. And then lastly, which is one of the things we just heard about, is how do we increase access to these better cooling devices? Some people can't afford one, period, or they're unwilling or unable to pay the higher first upfront cost, which is what we're all struggling with here today. We're also working on the cold chain. A lot of food is lost between when it's harvested to gets to the market. That's called food loss. And more refrigeration will be needed, and how do we collectively make sure that that equipment is also sustainable equipment? It's not so much a question of do we need a better black box, or I guess in this case it's probably a silver box, something in the field that's keeping the food cool and lasting until it reaches the marketplace. It's a question of access to financing, and that's the big challenge, I think, for all of us. So Lily asked us to talk about philanthropy. What is our role, and how can international finance help? I guess we play an important role at the very beginning. So let's analyze the opportunity, build the case for a policy. How do we get industry interested in taking the next step? We helped fund the Eco-Fridges project, and we funded some of the analysis that enabled SMAP to move forward with its great program. We also work with Cool Coalition and many other partners. We need to raise the profile of cooling. People don't know how many emissions are caused by this sector, how much growth is going to come, and that there are efficient solutions. And we want to make sure the message isn't just doom and gloom, that the planet's getting hotter and more people are dying. We need that message to be out there, but we also need to be talking and promoting and accelerating the solutions. Some examples of some of the work we've done is the Multilateral Fund. This is the first acronym I think I've used in 3 minutes, so I think I'm doing well. The MLF at the Montreal Protocol that works to phase down hydrofluorocarbon emissions. That was replenished, and I'm delighted to learn that my colleague to my left here helped make that happen. There's now $1 billion in round numbers that will go to converting factories so that they have lower HFCs or better refrigerants, and also hopefully that there'll be money to invest in energy efficiency. So that's $1 billion over 3 years, and the rules are being constructed right as we speak, I think. So the other part is scaling. We like to do the work up front, but philanthropy can't fund all the rebates that are needed to move things. We can't fund the factory conversions, but we're hoping other entities in this room and all of those of you out there can bring all the money that's needed to do the R&D. So this could be public money from government agencies. It could be from think tanks. And we need industry who's doing a lot as well to step up here. Financing is needed, that's critical, and we've got people who are much better experts than me on that, so I'll stop there. And then we need to raise the floor and make sure every air conditioner, every refrigerator sold in the country is a good one. We don't want many countries to be the dumping ground for the products that can no longer be sold elsewhere. I think I'll stop there, other than talking about smallholder farmers. We need to find a way to get the refrigeration equipment in the hands of the farmers that need them. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Noah. Yeah, I think the work of the Clean Cooling Collaborative has enabled all of us here to really elevate the cooling topic and address the various challenges from policy to finance to capacity to, raising awareness. So thank you for that. And it's important. And also thanks for reminding us that indeed it isn't doom and gloom. There's a lot of solutions, and I think that's what we're hearing today from all of you. And so with that, maybe I can turn to you, Michelle, to tell us a little bit about what IFC is doing, especially with Tech Emerge, but also in general on bringing innovative cooling solutions to the market.
Right, absolutely. Hello? Great. Keep it close. Perfect. All right. Well, I mean, everything that we're hearing today on the panel, it's so interesting because IFC is really focused on that enabling environment for the private sector, right? And we've been really active in sustainable cooling through our Tech Emerge Technology Transfer Advisory Program. This program is supported by the UK, and it includes things such as green building standards, investments in temperature-controlled logistics, and a recent equity investment in a municipal cooling platform that you mentioned earlier with Tabreed. Now, we're aiming to expand our involvement significantly to drive private sector in this area with a 5-part strategy. So looking at thought leadership, development of transformative cooling systems, enhancing investment readiness, so trying to provide the technical assistance that's needed for that, and then also using tools such as blended finance and investment scale up. So, however, there is still that perception that is too expensive, right? We need to change that. And the inadequate financing for entrepreneurs and the high cost of capital is just driving that further, along with perceived risks and lack of long-term government leadership on this. But it's good to hear what's happening in Ghana. So now to really bring down the cost curve, we do need governments to implement policy incentives or provide blended finance for these tools. And things such as in the use of risk guarantees and new loan products like you've developed in Ghana. I mean, that's amazing. To really help private companies overcome the high upfront costs. And in the case of district cooling, to secure long-term offtake with neighborhoods and cities. So real estate developers, on the other hand, they need to understand that sustainable cooling can be implemented in emerging markets as part of a strong push to advance green buildings. So we actually work not only through our cooling programs, but through our program called EDGE, which is a green building certification that shows developers the business case to utilize passive cooling. So really taking that as your first step. And using this during the building design can really prevent a lot of these problems from happening in the first place. Now, investors face also sometimes long payback periods and expensive service networks for customers in remote areas, which is also another challenge. But of course, consumers, they need to know their options. How do we get to the end users so that they can understand what they can actually achieve, how fast this can be? And in short, we really need to work across the board to put in place the regulations, raise the standards, do matchmaking with innovators, which is very much what we do we act as an intermediary between the banks, the technology providers, and the end users to show that it is a business model that works. And really providing education, finally, for investors to launch new financial products specifically in this sector, which can provide quite fast return on investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, and also for highlighting that finance is about also policy. It's not just finance out there, but you really have to have the finance and the policy aligned. And if you do the enabling framework, what we call enabling framework, which maybe is jargon, but it's enabling finance, right? So I think hearing it from a finance institution is very important. So thanks for that. And maybe I can then transition to the private sector from Train, Helen from Train, who I know you've been a champion in cooling. And just to hear your perspective on how the private sector can help in this finance challenge for sustainable cooling.
Thank you, Lily, and thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this panel. So a couple of things that come to mind. So first, let me tell you maybe about Train Technologies so you know what I'm talking about. So I was just told yesterday that we're the largest cooling manufacturer of cooling equipment in the world. And so that means that, and we kind of build everything, so we touch everything. So whether it's the cold chain, or if it's for buildings, or we provide energy services for existing buildings even. So so deep retrofit of existing buildings. So I guess I'm going to challenge the folks out there to think about not just new buildings, but existing buildings, passive cooling, and the things that can be done to reduce the energy consumption there. But the other thing that I wanted to mention very quickly was around from the utility side of things. So in order for us to be successful from a climate perspective, there's going to be a lot of electricity that we need out there. And in order to reduce that investment, we do need to think about reducing energy consumption. And one of the things that we see is utility incentives. So if utilities are going to benefit from reduced energy consumption, so energy efficiency, we see thousands of incentive programs with utilities where the utility actually pays a portion into that. And they're, in many cases, required to provide a portion of their profits into supporting energy efficient equipment adoption. The other thing that I would mention is we actually have a certification program. We lease cold chain equipment. When it comes back to us, we make sure that it is up to the energy efficiency level it was designed for, and then we're willing to sell it. So there's certification with it, so that it reaches that energy efficiency level. And so I didn't hear anybody talk about those programs, but you know, there's certainly a lot that can be done from a financing perspective. I think many of the things that I would talk about generally have been discussed here, but those are a couple of the maybe unique ones to think about. I think as well, for the larger companies, if anybody is watching at home, you know, I would challenge you to, we actually compensate our senior leadership based on reductions in greenhouse gases for our customers. So I challenge large companies to think about that, as well as to make their commitments to their 2030 goals, as well as their net zero commitments by 2050. And to document their progress through CDPs, through carbon disclosure projects. So I challenge companies to do that because we do that as leaders. We are deeply interested in our customers and encouraging our customers to adopt the most efficient technologies, as well as to you know, help them think about the financing mechanisms that we've kind of talked about today. So I think whether it's whatever stakeholder position you're in this space, there is something that you can do, whether it's, like you said, educating people, Lily, at the beginning, like let's go out and educate people that just because there's a capital investment up front, it doesn't mean that energy efficiency is expensive. It just means that we need to figure out how to spread the cost. It's going to be cheaper in the long run. And climate is global. We all need to do our part. So whether you're big or small, we all need to jump in. So thank you, Lily.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And if I can just actually ask one other question of you. It's just what incentivizes Train to take such leadership on sustainable cooling? You know, what makes you... you have shareholders at the end of the day. So what has made you do that, just for other companies?
So I'm going to say something very personal to me. When I was a young engineer, I went to a training class, and somebody kept saying around me, no margin, no mission, no margin, no mission. So if you don't make money, you can't do interesting, cool stuff, right? That's good for the world. And I was very annoyed and irritated to hear that. But as I've gotten older, I do see, you know, there is a pathway to be reasonably profitable and do good things. And it is internalized throughout every person in our culture, from the newest employee to the veterans. Like I said, our leadership is paid based on greenhouse gas reduction. We take it very seriously, and every conversation that we have has a discussion around sustainability element in it. So we have just built an entire culture around sustainability, and I recognize that, you know, the people on this panel are leaders. Like Ghana, I mean, you're leading, right? I'm leading, right? We're all leading, right? And but I think that these conversations are important to inspire others to kind of come along with us.
Yeah, thank you so much. So would like to give all of you leaders an opportunity to give comments on how you think that one, you can be supported to further scale the action that you're doing and what you need, and B, what it is that you think we can do for this challenge. So what is it that you need to further scale up? I mean, we heard when we started with you from the World Bank about your challenge, for example, and the need to have more people in the bank aware or putting this up front, the cooling challenge instead of green hydrogen or whatever, maybe more awareness raising of that, perhaps. What is the challenge you face and that can be supported by the global cooling community and others here? And what is it that you can do to help scale up, or tackle this financing challenge from where you're sitting today? Maybe I can start with you.
Sure, thank you.
Send a cigar.
Yeah, it starts with the whole awareness building and institutional, awareness as well as capacity and policy regulations. That side of things. That's where it all starts. Engaging client governments and ministries, and that's the role that SMAP, the Energy Sector Management Assistance Program, supports. And we are always trying to raise the level of action, like the level of support we can provide in that area. One important thing is availability of grants. Adequate grants is important in that, because these are really, this is sort of to be seen as a seed funding to get the market really moving. So that is one aspect. Second is, I would say that we need to broaden the scope in terms of working with the ministries that are beyond the energy, the regular ministries that would understand, but also the utilities and ministries in other parts of the government and public entities that can really internalize this agenda and think of it from their own business perspective as well as from a climate perspective. So, for that, again, we do have this blended concessional finance is an important aspect. For example, if there is a fisheries project and they need to consider something beyond what they would normally do in that, they would expect some sort of a sweetener to sort of mitigate some of the risks, because these are, at the end of the day, they are borrowing money for to establish infrastructure and supply chains. And if you're going to stretch that, there is also risk involved in that, and some support is also needed. So concessional climate finance is an important piece of that. And as we also need more robust methodologies on to bring the private sector and bring the carbon financing aspect to it. We also need, always work on methodologies that will make it, this whole issue of high integrity carbon credits, right? And that's the real focus these days. Both the voluntary market needs that, and also the more formal market will also need that. So those are the areas I think we need support on and continue to work on. Sure.
These were closing remarks, but since you are the World Bank and this is a financing session, I just want to ask one question. You mentioned, the availability of grants, and I think you mentioned, in a sense, again, with the concessional. Can you just unpack, maybe in a minute, a little bit more on, for people to understand what the grants are needed for and how that helps you then provide finance? Because I think people might not always understand that thinking about a bank, right? And why there would be this need.
Sure. So, when you start engaging with a country on a new topic, usually there is a fair amount of work that needs to be done in terms of market assessment, in terms of showing the economic viability, indeed the socio-economic viability as well as improving the institutional capacity within governments, and establishing the regulatory and policy framework. This all takes time and effort, and this is usually something that client governments are not that easily able to borrow for. So that's why we need the grant at the beginning to do these pre-feasibility assessments and so on.
Yeah, and I understand. I think what with Climate Work support, you were able to seed fund some of that, right? And that led to this significant GCF proposal in the end, right?
That's right.
So it's just to show, a little bit of that investment up front for those listening, who knows who's listening, a little bit of investment up front can lead to such a big unlocking of finance. I don't know what the ratio is off the top of my head, but it was some little bit of grant financing, and it led to huge.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably a few $1 million that leveraged in terms of 9 countries, 157 million in blended part of the financing and overall package of, I think, over $1 billion, or I don't know the numbers exactly, but it's a good leverage.
That's a very good leverage. Thank you, World Bank. Thank you, Climate Works. I see that you wanted to come in. That's good. I saw you were just looking.
I was just to continue the finance conversation a little bit. So just to give an example of one of these programs in scaling up finance, we were talking about Tech Emerge, and we've worked with over 30 tech innovators and matching them with over 40 adopting companies with 60 pilots and fields tests. So our support of $8 million in finance and technical advisory actually resulted in over $64 million in financing raised by these innovators. So it makes sense, to do this. Now, what IFC is doing in this space is we're currently approaching donors to establish dedicated funds for more of this and broader upstream technical assistance to develop these investment pipelines. So this is what we have to do. We have to gather the projects, we have to get it all together, and we have to match make people and donors and the money, the concessional finance. All of it has to come together. And we're also really targeting now, if we are able to achieve some of these grants, to have a focused, we are working with UNEP and the Green Climate Fund to design a private sector focused grant and blended finance facility focused on cooling that's targeting about 250 to 300 million in total size. So, bringing in this money, crowding in these funds, it does change the private market and makes a big difference.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Now I'll go back this way to Helen, and then you, or Noah, did you want to go? You wanted to come in, maybe? Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you go ahead.
It flows. It flows.
Rock, paper, scissors. I think that's an international. I want to spend a moment just to reinforce the fact that there are going to be 3 billion, B as in boy, billion more air conditioners installed around the world between now and 2050, according to modeling by the International Energy Agency. So what does that mean? As you had mentioned, that's going to put a lot of stress on the grid, and we've got a few choices. Do we have increased power outages? And that's in particular dangerous when people can't get the air conditioning when they're experiencing this extreme heat. We can run dirty peaker plants to meet this demand. Or we can invest overly so in batteries to make sure that we can keep the air conditioners and fans running when the sun goes down and solar isn't being produced. So this is a way to get a faster and cheaper transition to the grid of the future that we're all striving for. And why are we going to have all these air conditioners? It's because the world is getting hotter and more humid in many cases, so much so that people can't live a productive life, aren't comfortable, and it can threaten their lives. So there was a thing called the Global Cooling Prize. This is the second acronym, GCP, that was led by the Indian government and Rocky Mountain Institute and many others, that showed it's possible to have an air conditioner that has 5 times lower climate impact than a conventional one. So how is that possible? 4 times more efficient, and it also, the fifth of the 5X is by shifting to very low GWP refrigerants. There were 2 winners, 2 very large air conditioner manufacturers and several other finalists. It showed it's possible. You cannot buy one today. What can we collectively do to help commercialize that? I'd love to talk to you afterwards about this. So we need to get those in the field, and we need to jumpstart their sales. And I think there's a lot of work people here and out there can do. It's going to require a lot of support. Factories are going to need money for R&D. We're going to need money to convert the factories, and we're going to have to help buy down that first cost, especially at the beginning. So let's see what we can do collectively there. And the various agencies that are here, we need your help. Thanks.
Thank you for the call to action.
And I have a handout.
You are prepared. And then,
Okay.
go ahead, yes,
Yeah.
and then, I'm sorry.
I don't want to. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I know. Go ahead.
So we have visionary leadership at our company, and I think we need visionary leadership from other stakeholders as well. From a policy perspective, I think that we need to kind of think about this in the big picture sense. Reducing the need for peaker plants, where you are constantly starting them up and shutting them down. There's pollution associated that's an equity issue that we need to think about. In addition to that, I think that we also need to take into consideration, we're talking about carbon credits. We can't let people stop thinking about energy efficiency and buy their way out of that. We've got to continue to really push for energy efficiency. For anybody that wants to think about a carbon credit, it's got to be table stakes or a requirement there. I think other policy considerations, we need to kind of keep talking to each other, having this continued dialogue around experts and leaders about how to move things forward and pull other people along. And so those are, and I think the 3 policy positions in the paper, I'm so excited, Lily. Those are really great, and I'm excited to read that when that comes out tomorrow. Yeah.
I'm excited too to get it out. Thanks, Helen. Over to you, Hubert. And we have 5 minutes. Just, I negotiated that with Stephanie before we started. So I'm just saying we have 5 minutes. no need to miss the gems that you're about to share by rushing. So please over to you, Hubert.
Yeah, so in the case of Ghana, once again, I'm happy to hear about the policy aspect. As a regulator, it is important to have the policies in place. And in the case of Ghana, we have gone ahead to come up with the minimum energy performance standards, which are now in place. The question now is implementation. And I keep on saying that, look, it's one thing to do regulations, but these regulations without a clear strategy to enforce them will just become documents on the shelf. So where Ghana is now is at the point of implementation. And this is where we need the support, whether financial, to be able to beat that upfront cost theory that is in place. And the cooling is not just about air conditioners and refrigerators. Even the very basic comfort fans, helps even for the rural areas as well. So we have also added comfort fans, ventilating fans, and industrial fans as part of our regulations. So these are all part of the 17. And so the cooling promotion we are looking at is not just on air conditions, but even how do we support people to obtain fans, comfort fans for the very basic cooling needs. In Africa, it's quite hot. We are talking about global warming. I would say the world is boiling, it's not warming. So we need to know that it's no more a luxury to have cooling equipment. It's no more a luxury, it's a necessity. And how do we help people to take up these appliances at a very reduced cost in terms of payments? And most importantly, also meeting our Kigali amendment protocols. The Kigali implementation plan is in place. Thankfully, there was a decision that was reached in Nairobi on dumping. And we think that is also one of the key things. Once that decision has been made, how do we now help support this? So again, Ghana is clear. We have done the very basics in terms of coming up with the policies. Where we are now is about implementation. How do we get the support? And our doors are always open for that necessary support. The financial institutions are here. We need to rise. And we say that it's about action now and not just the talk show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think most have touched upon everything, and what I can just add is, of course, we've spoken about enabling finance, enabling environment, right? So it's, whilst, from a business standpoint, an enabling an environment would, of course, facilitate more larger adoption of cooling as a service kind of business model. I also see the big part of the problem basically in some ways in too much of focus on the supply side. I think no matter which country you go to, including a country like India, the whole focus is only on supply, which is basically, on, like you said, on green hydrogen and so on, but not as much on the demand side. The demand side, it kind of just ends up going to much smaller elements of energy efficiency, but there needs to be a lot more of a shift. And that's more of a mindset where basically, unless that shift happens to start looking at demand side more holistically, consumption, which is more mindful, and then looking at how that can be rebalanced across sustainable and thermal comfort for all. No matter what we do, this is going to be like, I would say, the Jevons paradox, because the more and more efficient we get, the more the consumption increases to kind of pretty much offset the gains that come from energy efficiency per se. So yeah, rebalancing from supply to demand, more mindful consumption, and then within that, having an enabling environment to ensure that thermal comfort can come for all is where I see most help needs to come. How that's going to come, all the best, Lily, I don't know.
Well, that's a great way to wrap up. Thank you. No, just to say, I think if I could wrap up in a sentence, well, I don't think I can wrap up in a sentence, actually, so I don't know. But I think I heard key words from all of you in the closing remarks. We need the innovation, the 5X. We need to get together to work on that and help take that to market. We have no excuse. 5 times lower impact, climate impact. We should all be putting that on our priority list, how we can do that. And that takes me to the next point. It's never going to happen by one of us. And what I love about this panel is you have every part of the sector represented. And that is what we're going to need to actually make the transformation happen. We need finance, we need private sector, we need philanthropy, we need leadership from government. That is what we're going to need to actually make that transition. And that's also the last point that you were making. It's not just the regulation, but it's also the implementation. But very important, it's together, right? So the regulation brings the finance, and then you need to have the implementation. And that is something but none of that can happen without inspired leadership. And so I'm going to end with a call to action, which is to join the Global Cooling Pledge. It is being led by the COP28 presidency. We have over 50 countries that have signed up. We have several private sector that has signed up. And it calls for all of these actions, for minimum energy performance standards, for building codes, for accelerated action on HFC, for Kigali ratification. So join us tomorrow for the launch at 6:30 p.m. In Al Waha Theater, where we'll be launching this with the COP28 presidency, and look out for continuing our collaboration through Cool Coalition and also through UNEP, United for Efficiency, and all the other partnerships, including Clean Cooling Collaborative. Thank you very much for joining us today. A round of applause.
All right, folks. Yeah, good. Right there, you good? You can hear it? Great. And then for the panelists.
Hello.
Great. We'll get started. People, come on in, grab your seat for this exciting session on the nexus of finance, energy, and food. Welcome, everyone. We're going to have a panel discussion and then open it up for Q&A with folks in the audience here as we proceed. This week at COP, food is a big theme at this COP. Just a couple days ago, there was the big Emirates Declaration about food systems transformation. Well, to get to that food systems transformation, energy is going to play a big role, right? The food system from farm to fork consumes, some studies say, even up to 30% of the world's energy, not just in production, but also in the transportation, the processing, the storage, the preparation of food, etc. So we can't get to a low carbon future unless we also deal with how energy is used in the food system. At the same time, if we're going to achieve the food system reduction targets in terms of GHGs on reducing food loss and waste, you name it, energy is fundamental. How do we actually drive more, say, low carbon storage in the food system, which will be fundamental if we're going to, say, reduce the rates of food loss and waste. So today's session focuses on the nexus of those three. I've got a nice set here of panelists to help us dive into this topic. I'll do a brief introduction of the panelists, and then I'm going to tee off with a set of questions. And as questions come in your mind, please raise your hand. I want to make this as interactive as possible. So in no particular order, we're pleased today to have with us Neil Garnett. He's the Chief Commercial Officer of the DLL Group. Neil, raise your hand. We've got Corey Ricaldi, the Senior Director of Environmental, Social, and Governance with Carrier Corporation. We've got Andy Jarvis, the Director of the Future of Food with the Bezos Earth Fund. And we have Oleksiy Tatarenko with RMI. And I'm your host today, Craig Hansen, Managing Director of Programs at WRI, the World Resources Institute. So welcome, everyone. I want to kind of get the conversation going by at least setting a little of the context here, and maybe Oleksiy, maybe start with you. What's the size of the prize here? You think about the nexus here of food systems, energy, and finance, the transition that's needed to really kind of decarbonize the food systems in terms of the energy, so to speak. Give us a little bit of the context of kind of what that looks like and what we're talking about. Really close,
yeah, all right. Great, great to be here and be part of this conversation. Thanks for your question, Greg. Just to explain where I'll be coming from, I'm not a food expert. I will be coming more to this Nexus discussion from the energy angle. So RMI is 40 plus years old. Energy transition think do scale tank. So we are focusing on energy transition for the past 40 plus years, and I'm a senior principal in our climate aligned industry program, where we are focusing on 8 main industry verticals. And the way we touch food and agriculture is mainly through fertilizer angle, but of course also through energy, right? So that's where I'm coming from, and I've been in the energy sector for more than 20 years in my career. So I mean, to answer the question about the size of the prize, I think we can probably take different stops and angles to this question, but I'll try to approach it from more like macro point of view. I think the size of the prize, Greg, you referred to some really big numbers, right? 30% of energy transition or of energy consumption in the world, and therefore 30% of emissions. This is huge. I think you could calculate the number probably from there. You could say, well, 15 gigaton or whatever, 200 exajoule. But in my view, that wouldn't quite be the right approach. I mean, if you were just to calculate the number and say, hey, we can displace 200 exajoules, that is right now provided by the fossil fuels, by clean energy, and that will be the monetary saving, and that's how much of the carbon budget we could save by doing that, right? I think this is a much complex answer if you want to, really to tackle this question. In my view, we are talking essentially about health and well-being of right now 8 billion people on this planet, and soon to be 10 billion people on this planet. And health is health is clear, right? I mean, everyone needs good nutrition, and I'm coming from a big agricultural country originally called Ukraine, and we all see what's happening in the Africa when the major supply chains have been disrupted. We are talking about hundreds of millions people start suffering straight away from a bad nutrition in Africa and other parts of the world where Ukraine was exporting its grain, right? We can only imagine what is going to happen if you will have a significant impact of the climate change and severe droughts in a number of these regions. Not to say climate refugees in hundreds of millions. The well-being angle, in my view, is also very prominent here, right? I'm kind of like remember my grandma for her, her parcel of land, and her livestock that was, that was the meaning of her life, probably for 80%. You know, the rest of the 20% were her grandkids and kids. But you know, that's, and you know, look, you know, in the developing world, this is where 60-70% of women are in agriculture, and men too, right? So I think the answer is probably like huge, right? And then, you know, we talked about people, we should talk about biodiversity too, right? And, you know, animals and everything, right? Because you cannot stop the hungry people from cutting out the forest and so on and so forth, right? So in my view, you know, just to try this, to nail this down to one single digit or number wouldn't be fair to the topic that we are going to discuss today.
Love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so to look at it from a market perspective, looking at market research, it's estimated that in this year, in 2023, the size of the cold chain was roughly about 280 billion, the market size. That includes pharmaceuticals as well. And the growth by 2028 is expected to go up 65% to 430 billion. So when you think about that, the expected size, there is a great opportunity in front of companies like Carrier, who are the equipment and solutions providers. And how do we answer that growth in a way that enables decarbonization? I mean, we recently launched our net zero strategy with that lens. And as we look at our transport refrigeration business, we've already told the market that by 2030, half of our sales in truck trailer are going to be all electric. So we already have that mindset now. You know, and listening to others speak these past couple days, you know, John Kerry said that we are in the moment now where this is the greatest market opportunity for new markets since the Industrial Revolution, and that's true. And I think that growth that I talked about is one that we need to capture and realize. And the challenge is, how do you do that in a way that enables equitable access, and also maintains that lens on decarbonization, and that's what manufacturers and solutions providers like Carrier are focused on.
And for all of you, I'm just curious. Before we jump into like what the challenges are, the solutions. You gave one example, right, of electric vehicles for electric trucks, right, for transportation. Right. What's that portfolio of solutions look like, so people in the audience here have a view of kind of what's the future we might be heading to if we're talking about low carbon energy and food?
So if you think about the cold chain, we have, from a truck trailer perspective, we have all electric solutions. We are increasingly getting into low or no GWP refrigerant technologies. We have that solution for marine container. And then also for stationary equipment, we've had solutions around that use natural refrigerants, carbon dioxide. And we're seeing that increased demand for those technologies in the marketplace. So at a high level, those are the solutions. And then layered on top of that are digital solutions. So for Carrier, we have a system called Lynx, where we're able to track from the farmer to the customer, the end customer, the goods that are within the cold chain, and to make sure it's maintained in constant temperature control, but also to optimize the logistics of that. So it's multifaceted. It's not only the equipment, but it's also considering the logistics of it, maintaining that temperature, whether it be food or medicine. So it's very complex, and that adds on another layer as you look to expand the cold chain in developing markets where these traditional systems are not set up. So how do you do that in a way that you don't just drop in a technology and walk out? You can't do that. So what we're talking about something that's very transformational. We're talking about providing capacity building in developing countries. And we'll probably get into that. I don't want to get ahead of the conversation, but it's very interesting.
You were at CGR System in the past, and in your previous life, you've probably seen some of these approaches as well. Love to hear your thoughts too.
Actually, I completely underestimated the food energy nexus in my previous job. Now I've actually discovered how energy is at the source of everything, but I can get onto that. I mean, I do think I'd love to talk a little bit later maybe about kind of imagine in the far future what happens, on hopefully the near future, when you crack energy, and what that can do in completely revisioning what what the food system looks like. But kind of just to dig more into the kind of we've talked about the kind of the macro and the cold chain stuff. But I mean, like yesterday, I had a conversation with someone from Sierra Leone, from the a presidential advisor in Sierra Leone. We've been talking with them about, we have GAP, that's our kind of effort on energy, and we've been talking to them. They want. You're gonna put me. You put me on. You knew I didn't. I wasn't gonna be able to do it.
I didn't know you didn't know.
Global Energy Alliance. People of Planet, right?
There we go. We did it.
I got halfway. Don't tell my colleagues. But we're talking there, and we were talking about microgrids. So they have 100 microgrids right now. They want 200 more. And we were talking about what happens when you install a microgrid, and it's incredible. I mean, you get a microgrid there. There's benefits for education. Kids at school, at home, can do their homework with light. You get benefits, obviously, then also for schools. You can digitalize, they can get access to internet, all of these kinds of things. 2, you get health. So you're getting, with one microgrid, you get an education, you're getting health, better health systems. In food, you get opportunity then for irrigation. You can do drip irrigation schemes, you can move farmers up the value chain. So instead of doing sorghum or something, suddenly they can do vegetables now, or better still, also keep animals. And then if you have energy, you can do cold chain, and then suddenly the quality and the price of the products that they can produce goes up. And so it's just this beautiful, like, virtuous positive cycle when you get it right, and especially if you get it obviously with renewables. So that it's an opportunity not only to provide energy and solve kind of the energy, decarbonize the energy side of things, but it solves all of these different things. And I think that's something that we don't necessarily, we're not capitalizing on that as much as we should.
Yeah. You kind of started painting this picture of the future. So what stands in the way, right? We can talk here and have this picture of low carbon energy systems from farm to fork when it comes to the food system. We know there's technologies out there, all right? There's approaches. So what's standing in the way from like 10 years from now, just a massive, the vision you just talked about, Andy? Anyone? You want to start? Or Neil?
I'll do a bit of prosaic, cold finance talk here, so sorry after this more inspirational stuff. Yeah, I think...
Bring in the finance here. There we go.
I know. Yeah, I'm the CCO of DLL, which is Rabobank's leasing division. So whilst I'm a finance guy, actually, we're also very asset specialists, so I know a little bit about the assets. And I think part of the issue is the speed of technological advancement. So the technology is there in terms of prototypes in some cases, but is it scalable and is it at the right power level? So I think one of the constraints to the speed of the energy transition generally, and specifically in the food nexus, including transport, material handling, tractors, is whether the power outages, the power requirements, implied power requirements are there. So what we need to do as a financier is to try and lubricate that transition through finance, and that means taking risk on new technologies and new assets where you don't know what they're going to be worth in 5 years' time. So even if they are available and scalable in terms of someone might want to use them, they need to be encouraged to buy them or to use them. And as they're more expensive than the traditional grey emitting options, you need to take a risk in the asset from a financial perspective, which means basically putting a residual value on it. You don't know what it's worth. So to lubricate it, we as a finance company need to take some degree of risk, and regulation on us is encouraging us to take a bit more risk because we have targets to meet. But I think also we need participation from the actual manufacturers of the equipment, and in some cases the governments that are kind of, I think, overall responsible for the speed of the change. So it's, to me, really how you can address that risk angle, where people will take risk and therefore provide money to get the assets at a total cost of ownership that's makes sense for the users.
Yep, great, very, very great, good, very fantastic points. Others?
I can maybe build up on what Neil and Andy were talking about, using a specific example of the value chain that we are right now working on, and that would be nitrogen-based fertilizers. And probably many of you know that nitrogen-based fertilizers constitute more than half globally of all overall fertilizer supply and demand, and in countries like India, even like 65%, right? And the way they are currently produced is from fossil fuel, essentially, where you take natural gas and produce hydrogen. They then combine it with nitrogen, and that's how you get ammonia, and then ammonia is a feedstock for other fertilizers production. The problem with this value chain is not only that it's fossil fuel based and has very heavy carbon footprint, but also if you would look at this value chain from the perspective of many developing countries who don't have domestic natural gas resources. Right now they are importing fertilizers. I mean, I'm talking about countries like India, a number of countries in Africa and Southeast Asia, etc., which of course adds to the carbon footprint, and it's very expensive. You are either importing this in the form of fertilizer itself or very expensive liquefied natural gas, right? While these countries have a real opportunity right in front of them to switch to the domestically produced green ammonia and therefore green fertilizers. What needs to happen? Probably quite a few things. By the way, I mean, in number of these countries, because farmers, particularly smallhold farmers, cannot afford buying such expensive products. It also gets subsidized, right? So first of all, what can happen is the governments can introduce more progressive policy frameworks, because this is not just the climate change agenda for them. This is essentially food and energy security agenda for them, and therefore I think we believe that this is in the interest of the governments that are currently importing this products, fossil fuel based products, to introduce all the incentives to switch to the green value chains. Further, the governments could also stimulate a more disaggregated waste of production of green ammonia specifically, or fertilizers. That's also possible. We've been digging into this in the United States, which doesn't import that much, but the model is not that different. Everything is produced on the Gulf Coast and then brought to the Midwest or other regions which are main agricultural regions in Ukraine. Few issues beyond the policy frameworks. I think the one that I would highlight is what Neil mentioned already. Technology has to be proven beyond the demonstration, and we need to build quite a few of these projects before, I mean, maybe in the US, before we'll be able to build this type of projects in the developing world countries. I think the business model also has to be figured out. It's a very difficult business model that we are talking about. If we go into the disaggregated model, and also techno-economic case is not quite there yet, because it's very difficult to compete with the big producers that have the economy of scale, etc. So there should be some support towards those business models. And I think the interesting question is whether we can pass on some of the costs and maybe green premium to consumers, where we also got a challenge, because the challenge there is like a long value chain where you've got lots of intermediaries, and before the final product gets on the shelf, it's difficult to convince all the players in the value chain to bear an extra cost, right? So but this is an interesting question in its own. How can we get the consumers to pay for those green products more that they are buying from the shelf, right? And this is not like we didn't do this, right? I mean, we have the products that are labeled organic, right? Can we have different labeling of of the products. And so this is what we are busy with. I think number of challenges, but also a great opportunity, I believe, out there.
Andy? And then Corey.
I can wax lyrical about fertilizer. It's insane. It drives me nuts, the current system. It is completely crazy that you produce it in Russia, you ship it over land, you then ship it around the planet, stuff it on trucks, truck it over continents, destroying roads to then apply, sell at very high premiums, then apply, and only 30% of that nitrogen's used. The 70% then either goes up to the atmosphere as a super pollutant or down rivers and kills wildlife. So that is the definition of a failed system, in my opinion, right? And why? It's energy. And the reason why it's like that is because of energy. And if you crack energy, you can completely turn that around. Like I always use in Africa, I think there's two things. You know, one is green ammonia, and there's actually all sorts of now new technologies that can do green ammonia, can basically get rid of the high energy needs and do it in new ways that are much more energy efficient. And if you can modularize those and you can run it off renewables, then that can completely shift that system, because you're producing it locally. You can start blending fertilizers so that they are adapted to those local conditions. It kind of almost creates a farmer's market-like opportunity for fertilizer, right? So that can be transformational. The other thing is, this is another statistic that I think is amazing. 192% of Africa's nitrogen needs is in waste. You don't need to produce another pellet if you can just capture all of the nitrogen that is already in waste. And it's human waste. Let's not talk about that. We've got a great phrase for it, but I won't use it. But you can capture their nitrogen, phosphorus, all of these things, they're there. You just capture them, recapture them, and move them. But most of that is concentrated in cities, and obviously the needs are in rural areas. So again, if you crack the energy puzzle, it just creates all of this kind of virtual positive cycle of capture at local scales, job opportunities. It changes the entire dynamic.
So when you think about establishing a cold chain and what it takes to build a cold chain, you know, we're there in developed countries. You know, we have infrastructure, but when you think about the expansion that's expected to happen in developing, it's not enough to provide a unit to one part of the cold chain. By definition, it's a chain. So you need to have several steps within that process to ensure that entire system works. And that's the issue. So the issue is fundamentally, one is an infrastructure issue, it's an education issue, it's also a financing issue. And then underneath it all, it's culture. We have people. We have to train people. We have to have, in some cultures, having cold food is not appetizing. It's considered old if it's cold, right? Because, well, we know why. But so then you think about how do you change that? And so some of the things that we're doing as Carrier is we're interacting with local government through the Global Food Cold Chain Council. We'll hear more from Kevin later. But another way is by supporting education and training in partnership with the UN World Food Program in Africa, and training local technicians on how to use our equipment. So it's two things. It's one, in engaging with governments to help to create that underlying infrastructure, because again, like you have to have from farm to fork, you have to have that constant temperature control. You have to provide that financing. We have to make sure the roads are there, right? Like, there's a lot of complexity when you think about it, and that's been part of the issue in terms of scaling in developing countries. And there is an urgency about that, because if we think about the embodied carbon within food waste, what is the stat? About 8 to 10 gigatons is associated with food waste and loss. And within that, about roughly 2/3 is associated within the cold chain before it gets to those who consume the food. And that's particularly acute when you look at developing economies. So that's why this conversation is so critical as it relates to climate. And we have to get at those underlying infrastructure barriers to move this forward.
I mean, one thing I've been One thing I've been interested in is going back to maybe the technologies is distributed solar. So your Africa example of how do you get the cold chains closer to the farm, solar PV, cooling, which then has this knock-on effect, whether it's for education or for processing, etc. What's standing? We hear a lot of stories of, I think Frigoken and other companies doing on-site solar, right, for cold chain, cold storage, and for processing. Why hasn't that gone gangbusters throughout Africa?
It goes back to what I was saying. You can have one installation and you can do that all day long. It dies there without having that next step. So you can bring in all this interesting equipment, but it's taken a step back and creating that underlying infrastructure, because it's not just the equipment that we provide, it's also the roads, the infrastructure for cold storage. It's an entire chain. So it's complex, and that's the barrier. The barrier isn't necessarily one part in terms of the equipment. It's that underlying infrastructure and creating that, the financing, working with governments, providing that training, the education. It's a multi-step process.
I'm going to go to solutions in a second, but I don't know if there's any questions from the audience or additional perspectives from the audience. Please raise your hand if you have one, and we'll go to you. Otherwise, we're going to go on to the solutions. We've heard about the opportunities and some of the challenges. I want to flip things now on how do we then realize this vision? What are 2 or 3 things that really would unlock the potential here?
If I talk about something that we've done on the energy transition side, it's actually not related to food, but I think it's generically applicable. We work with a well-known global parcel forwarder to electrify its last-mile delivery fleet in the Netherlands. Now, in simple terms, you'll know the name of the company, but I won't say it. In simple terms, this company uses individual drivers. It's 3 letters, but that doesn't narrow it down, does it? Yes. It uses individual owner-operators. In the Netherlands, they're actually limited liability companies, but it's just one person doing the deliveries for this company. They don't have, the credit worthiness to get finance for a new electric van that's significantly more expensive than a diesel van. And secondly, they can't even afford the lease payments if someone would lend them the money, because the van's much more expensive, and if they're taking a full loan out for the cost of the van, it doesn't make any sense for them. So to unlock this, somebody had to come up with a structure where you could get the van into these small companies' hands at an economic cost per month to enable them to do their job. So how do we do that? We work with the partner, the customer who had subsidy for the purchase of the vehicles themselves. So normally the government gives subsidy and they're expecting that's just going to be the incentive for somebody, UPS, DHL, whoever, to buy. Actually, in this case, we worked in a triangle and they said, look, we'll take a stake on what we think these vans are going to be worth in 3 years. We didn't really know. There's no auction that you can go and kick a tire and say they're worth 3,000 euros or 30,000 euros. So we had to take a view, but we couldn't take a complete guess because otherwise we're going to lose a fortune. So we used the subsidy from the government as a loss pool against that investment. So it's a contingent loss pool. Now that's something we do in vendor finance in our normal business with companies like Carrier with their end users all the time. This wasn't a vendor finance arrangement, it was just a one-off big solution for this company and this particular need to get finance and assets in. The message, I think, is we need that sort of creativity in financing. Not just looking at guarantees or looking at deposits, because people just haven't got the cash to do that. You've got to find another way to share in the risk. So in this case, it was the government providing subsidy, but then that subsidy being used to enable us to take a pretty bullish position that otherwise we wouldn't be able to do. We took more risk as well because we want to do more of this stuff, but you need that type of innovation in financing, because otherwise I think it will be the big constraint.
Great example. Andy?
I can give a couple of examples. I mean, I think one is in energy itself, something that's greatly helped the finance are the transition pathways that have been, the financial transition pathways that have been established. We don't have that in food. And I think that's something that's really important. Develop those that gives the trillions in the finance system the pathways through which they can invest and push the food system into this better space. I think that's certainly one thing that's important. The other one, I mean, you touched on government subsidies, and let's go back to my favorite topic, the nitrogen. Yeah. I was talking to a company, and I won't mention which one, and I won't say how many letters either.
I'll guess it.
Because there are only a few.
Exactly. I got three in my head. Right?
But I was talking to them, and they said green ammonia, for example, is solved in the US with the IRA. It's the rest of the world where it just doesn't make economic sense. But I mean, that's a huge amount of money from government coming to help. And that sends a very clear signal. And it's also happened in their country, and I won't say which country. I almost gave it away there.
It's not a northern country.
No comment. So I think that, governments can lean forward and help, and can help get things moving. I mean, the other one. Everyone says finance, and everyone, I don't know. I run around with a target on my back with a big dollar sign. I think that's my life at the moment. But everyone looks at us for on the finance side as well. But I think the philanthropy does not have the money to finance this, right? But I think GAP, now that I know what the acronym stands for, is a great example of convening the right actors around the table and raising the game, creating those pathways, creating the conversations and the partnerships, and helping de-risk just even by the signaling that you can provide through those kinds of things. And that helps bring finance in. And I think that, at least from a philanthropy point of view, that's the way we see our role in this.
Is there a role in philanthropy for de-risking?
I think from some, but
your volumes aren't big enough.
Right? I mean, we're a big fund, but it's not enough. It's tiny compared to what's really needed in this. Yeah. I mean, the food system alone is $13 trillion.
From the audience, Lika from Rabobank.
Sorry,
one of the sponsors of today. Lika.
Oh God, yeah. I know the feeling of having that bag of money.
Target on your back, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They almost always see us as an ATM where you can just enter a digit code and then get the money. But I agree with the fact that philanthropic institutions cannot fund it all. The thing is, I do think that there is a revolving part in that. So you don't need, we see the big numbers, we need this much money to solve the problem. But I think if you do it cleverly, and if you have innovative solutions like the one Neil mentioned, then you can revolve that money again and again and again. So it's not, sorry.
Just in simple terms, the transaction I was talking about was of tens of millions of euros. The loss pool from the subsidy, which is contingent, if the vans sell for the right amount of money, there's no loss. It's not needed. Yeah. So then the money goes back to the company with three letters. That to use again. Yeah. But I think that's your point. So you can multiply that loss position. It's not a one-off hit. You've given me some money to spend, or you've given me a one-off discount that I can do something with as either a purchaser or a bank. It's actually a loss mitigant that may not be used, so you can revolve it. So there you go, you can do it 10 times.
I've still got that target on my back. I tried to get rid of it.
Exactly. Corey.
So so we're working on a few case studies, and when they're published, I'll share. But demonstration projects is where we're focused on, and as well as there's two things. One, I agree with what you were saying in terms of convening. There needs to be the convening because of the complexity of the supply, the cold chain, as I mentioned. We need to engage with the local communities. We need to engage with local farmers. We need to engage with the governments, and with OEMs like Carrier, from an equipment and also from a training perspective. So there's that's an important aspect in terms of a solution, but then we also need to demonstrate, and that is something we did that work in India with the Keno, we call it the Keno study, where we provided our truck trailer solution from a refrigeration perspective to a local farmer, and he was then able to expand his market during certain seasons where he hadn't before and had lost goods, and he was able to grow his business that way, and now he's a repeat customer. But what we need to do is demonstrate that in different economies, to demonstrate not only to the farmers themselves but to the governments that this is something viable, and how do we scale. So I think it's that collaboration, that convening, that sponsorship and collaborations with organizations like Robobank and others, so that then from there it can get the funding to scale.
Alexa, any thoughts?
Well, it's going to be hard to say something new, but let me maybe add a couple of angles here. Starting with a statement, Andy, that I wish the green ammonia or green fertilizer topic was solved in the U.S. with IRA. I think it's going to be, an uphill battle. Yeah, particularly with the disaggregated models, which are complex, right? And this is what the previous speakers were talking about. You try to rehaul the whole business model, and for that you need to bring all these multiple stakeholders to the same table and build the alignment about how that business model could look like and who could de-risk what bit. You need to bring the energy co-ops or power co-ops. You need to bring farming co-ops. You need to bring communities. You need to bring the state government that hopefully can provide some subsidies to get it going and build some of this first plans. So it's not that easy, and it's financial innovation, but I would look at it even more broadly, like a business model innovation that is required quite often. And in terms of broader topic of the capacity building, I would say I think we need to really, the power here should be in the hands of 8 billion people, right? I mean, and I don't think that we quite cracked that. I mean, either we talk about market-based mechanisms or policy interventions. We need to bring people on board one way or the other, either to give incentives to politicians and policymakers to make the right moves, or to make people or encourage people to pay directly the green premium, right? So then, if I think about who should be doing and playing a role in this, particularly in the developing world, I think there is a big role here for the multilateral development banks, without any doubt, right? And I know the topic of a blended finance is a topic that has been discussed for many years. I think it's an important mechanism, right, of blending public and private finance and multiplying. I mean, that's also has been voiced out, but it's also a very powerful mechanism of capacity building, right? We shouldn't forget about that. So yeah, I would probably leave it at that. And we see, I mean, when it comes to hydrogen already, how even relatively modest interventions, let's say from the World Bank in Chile with a 300 million support line that they've put there together with Corfo to have essentially a stop loss mechanism for producers in case there will be problems with performance of the systems. It already catalyzing a lot of interest to the projects and de-risk these first projects, right? So the question is, I guess, how do we scale it up? Because again, staying on the topic of hydrogen, the topic that I understand, probably the best when it comes to to this discussion. The same World Bank has published a report right before COP saying we need to mobilize $100 billion per year just for hydrogen topic. 700 billion between now and 2030 for the developing world, right?
Yeah. It's amazing how 100 billion per year seems to be the magic number for about everything.
For energy transition. Used to be.
So, first of all, there's some questions from the audience here on this, on the issues of the challenges or solutions of the nexus of energy, food systems, and finance. Feel free to raise your hand. Don't be shy. Any questions? Otherwise, we're going to still open for questions. I want to bring Kevin up here. Kevin is the executive director, president, king of the Global Food Cold Chain Council. Kevin, you've heard this. You've heard the conversation today. I'd love to get some of your reflections. You've been engaged in this for some time and pontificated on these challenges. Kevin, over to you. Yeah, it'll come on. Yep.
Hear me? Okay. You hear me?
Yep.
You're shaking your head, yes? Okay. All right. Thanks, Craig, and good to be here, and very fascinating discussion. If you think about the agriculture system for centuries, the whole focus has just been on produce more. And you're now trying in this conversation to figure out, well, first of all, how do we produce more sustainably? And a huge part of that focus is don't waste what we're wasting, which is 30 to 40% of what we produce around the globe. And how do you make that happen? And it's been a fascinating conversation. And what we've been focusing on, these are not technology limiting areas in terms of cold chain, in terms of fertilization, those types of things, or in terms of finance. I mean, there's a lot of information and a lot of solution out there, but how you bring that back to cultural change of producing sustainably. If we didn't waste 40% of our production every year, we'd be able to feed an additional billion people. And so the trick is, as I think has been articulated here, is how do you unlock the system so that the financial mechanisms can come into play to help stimulate this and to make that happen? How do you to expand the cold chain, to come up with a sustainable fertilization policy? And it's not so much it's not a hardcore regulatory, you have to do this or you have to stop doing this or find a better way. And so a big part of what the Cold Chain Council has been working on with partners like Rabobank and many others, and an activity we'll announce tomorrow, is to how do you create the data information that allows you to arrive at technology solutions, to build business models, to open up the finance so that the money can flow into the system and make that happen, all the way down to that last mile farmer and the small to medium enterprises who aren't participating in the system. I mean, the big conglomerates are out there, they're doing fine, and they know how to access money. But it's still the single largest professional pursuit in the world is farming and agriculture. And yet we're not reaching the billions involved in that at the lower level, and we have to figure out how to unlock that for the environment, for sustainable food production, and for additional food security and additional economic security. And so to me, that's the challenge that we've got and the opportunity that we have, and can get driven somewhat by the climate policy process, where you find out that food loss and waste is China, United States, food loss and waste in that ranking in terms of greenhouse gas emissions annually. And so there's a great opportunity there. Not so much as just as I said, a hardcore regulatory approach, but an opportunity to do this, and that's what we're hoping to start and elicit. And the comment came up about is it all philanthropic funding that makes that happen? No, and yes, it can kickstart a lot of it, but ultimately you have to open this up to the point that private finance. It's not that there's a shortage of money out there. There's opportunity out there, and so we need to get that so those business models are developed, and that the finance mechanisms can open up to achieve the type of transformation of the system that will help population, help health, help the environment, and help national and global economy.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Kevin, for this. Any questions thus far for our expanded panelist set? I'm going to throw back, because we still have about 15 minutes here. We'll probably end a little bit early, but I wanted to throw a question just to kind of get back at that nexus of the finance, energy, and food systems. You know, what have we seen out there, either in the food system or like the example you gave, Neil, from outside of it, that gives you hope? What financing model? Like, for instance, from my side, you know, I've seen a little bit about where it was, I can't forget which country in Africa, maybe it was in Kenya, kind of the lease-to-own model for solar PV based storage and processing. These like almost like mobile home things, and you go inside, they can process the French cut green beans, store them, etc. But then the local community can eventually own it. So it's kind of a lease-to-own model, right? That one gives me inspiration, right? I'd love to hear from those of you that have one of mine. What? Because I have to leave this session both with a challenge of this is a big issue. I mean, I think Andy kind of said it, before this session, didn't fully appreciate how big of an issue this is. But I also don't want to go away thinking, oh my goodness, it's such a big issue. It's so hard. The system's disconnected. We can't solve it. I want to leave with some hope and inspiration that might drive us forward. So whoever's ready, what example gives you hope on how we made the financing work that's relevant? Andy, are you ready?
Yeah.
I can go because I can see everyone up here sweating. So I'll give an example on, I think solar and like kind of microgrid solar and irrigation in India was something that I thought really worked. And it was a public-private partnership. There was some government support and subsidies coming in that was helping bring down the price of this. There was private sector involved putting in quite beneficial kind of capital to adopt local communities who would kind of collectively take on this responsibility, the kind of asset, the infrastructure. You get the solar panel in, suddenly they move up the value chain. They can do around that solar. Not only do they have power for their houses, but you're avoiding a lot of diesel pumping of water. You have micro irrigation. They then move up the value chain. They have vegetables and so on and so forth. And it pays for itself in the end. But it did have those three things lined up: the technology, I guess, the public incentive, and the private sector finance.
You just triggered something I think's relevant. This I'm going to take you to an island off the north coast of Scotland called Orkney, where the local government or local municipality wanted to increase the amount of electric vehicles on the island, and the constraint was charging capacity. So we worked with the Orkney Council, for want of a better word, the company that was actually the commercial entity that was going to provide the infrastructure, so the ones who were going to make money out of it, and us as the financier, and a tripartite arrangement to finance that on a pay-per-use basis. So effectively we own it, and we get, instead of getting a finance lease payment, we get a usage-based payment back. So again, it's that kind of creative and finance sounds either dodgy or exaggerated. It's neither. It's just basic techniques, just slightly tweaked. But I think usage-based things is again another lubricant to get adoption going, and I think that's part of the challenge. But actually, I agree with Kevin. I'm no expert on what you're saying, but I think you have to have a business model to finance, and it does start there. And I was quite persuaded by what you said on something I don't know much about, but on the food waste side, we were in New York last week. Rabobank had a big 300 customer day, and one of the leaders who won an award in innovation was a lady you probably know. I can't remember the name. It's two-word US company that's all about food waste, and they are saving like hundreds of thousands of tons a month in food waste. So you need those models there, and then to your point, financing them is not that difficult once they're viable. Yep.
Anyone else? Corey?
Well, I'll talk about public-private partnerships as opposed to finance. So what we did was, as I mentioned before, we worked with the UN World Food Program as well as the African Council for Sustainable Cooling and Cold Chain to establish a center in Rwanda, and we're looking to do this in other African countries as well as India to provide training to the local technicians on how to service and the cold chain. And we started this virtually, but we're also on the ground training technicians. And so this is an example of capacity building that we are doing in collaboration with local government, with the UN, and others, so that we can create that underlying infrastructure. And this is a new model. This is not something that's done in other places, but it's a model that we go to because that's what we need in terms of to grow that talent within these economies.
So I would tackle this again more from probably business model innovation point of view, because I do agree what Kevin said. You know, money is there. There are innovative also financiers like Rabobank, you know, that are, you know, ready to kind of step in, or, you know, there are some progressive private equities too, and so money is out there. I mean, on energy front, I'm super optimistic. I'm working on the harder to abate, or what used to be called, you know, hard to abate sectors, not called anymore, right? I'm working on heavy industries mostly, and heavy transport. And I can tell you, like, you know, what people were saying, oh, this is not possible in this decade, like decarbonizing steel or like shipping, forget about, or aviation. It's all happening now. Like literally this year, you know, we were procuring the first batch of, you know, sustainable aviation fuel for through the Sustainable Aviation Buyers Alliance. You know, we saw, you know, Virgin Atlantic, you know, flying, you know, on 100% SAF. You know, we see 200 methanol ships have been procured, the first, you know, commercial scale steel plants being built. So from technology point of view, agriculture, I mean, like, we are talking about renewables. This is really basics, right? Or even disaggregated, you know, green ammonia production. From technology point of view, I don't see issues there, right? It's really the business model that we need to nail down. And, you know, on that front, I'm also optimistic because, you know, the convenience that we are doing, and even, you know, we see the companies that think about, you know, the way we think about it. And I'm, you know, that we need to bring, you know, all these different constituencies and groups of stakeholders to the same table to figure out the business model. This is very different thinking than, you know, the ones that we saw from, like, you know, incumbents that are there, or, you know, even a few years ago from players in the market who were thinking about this very, you know, in a very linear way. Okay, we will wait until governments will provide enough of subsidies, and then we will move on. And the game here is who will, you know, scale it up, and, you know, who will be the fast follower. Not anymore, right? We see these players, we work with these players, and, you know, multiple and you know, multi-stakeholder groups, and that gives me hope that we can solve this fast enough.
Kevin, last words.
Well, let me give a shout out to our hosts here at the Montreal Protocol Pavilion, because part of what we're working at doing, to have a business model, you need data. And so we're actually kickstarting this with the Cool Move initiative we'll be talking about tomorrow, but using the Kigali implementation plan development that's coming out of the Montreal Protocol Kigali Amendment related to the HFC phase down, to do the data gathering on a national basis of what is the state of the cold chain in developing countries, and then what would be the technology model, what would be the business models to open up, to ultimately lead to opening up the finance mechanisms. And so there we're trying to get an efficiency of something that's happening out of another policy process that's now also very much related to climate, and using that as a way to drive this so that we can get the efficiencies, get the technology transition, reduce the food loss and waste, reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, and expand the global food supply. And so it's a big part of what this process is about in terms of bringing those and connecting those dots, because what we found is there are a lot of dots to be connected in this space that could help achieve those successes.
Great, great. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, panelists. Let's give a round of applause for our panelists. I noticed that the more we talked, the crowd got bigger. We could go for another hour. By then, we'd have standing room only. But we do have to end, unfortunately. But I want to close with a thanks to our hosts, the organizers of the day, the Global Food Cold Chain Council, Kevin here, Rabobank, Lika, and DLL, Neil here. A round of applause for the organizers. I hope you all learned something here. We know the opportunity, we know a bit of the challenges, but hopefully we're leaving a bit of hope because we have some ideas what solutions might look like. So thank you very much for your attention and have a fantastic rest of your COP.
Thank you.
You bet.
Well, way to land the plane.
Exactly. On time.
Yeah, exactly.
Came into.
Yeah. Very good.
حاضر. Okay. Our side event is talking about challenges and opportunities for women in the HVAC and our industry. As you all know, in Montreal Protocol, we started phasing out CFCs 20 years ago, and we started introducing HCFCs back then and HFCs as an alternative. And back then we needed training for the technicians, and we needed to upgrade also the production lines to work with the alternative refrigerant. And back then we had also another challenge, which is having females in the field. Not so many, but they are there. We need to pay attention to them. We need to assist them. We need to encourage them to get into the field. I'll just go overview of the side event, and then we're gonna play a very small video, a clip actually, on activities in Egypt in the technical education sector in Egypt regarding female technicians. Our first speaker is Dr. Azzat Luis. He's the head of the National Ozone Unit, Montreal Protocol, and the projects coordinator in the Ministry of Environment in Egypt. Dr. Azzat has a long experience in Montreal Protocol, goes back to more than 17 years. And then we have Engineer Morrow. Engineer Morrow is the R&D manager in Fresh factory. Fresh is one of the large home appliance manufacturers in Egypt. They manufacture refrigerators and air conditioning, including other products. And this is our program. Dr. Azzat's presentation will be on opportunities for women in the rack industry. And Jimaro will speak about experience as an African woman, African women working in the rack sector. Can you please play the video? Stephanie? Do I need to do something from here? it's obvious that I'm not in control of this. This is in a female technical education school in Egypt. Those girls are studying rack, after sales and maintenance techniques. This is not one of the production lines in Fresh. Just a very small clip showing some pictures of females in the field, not only being taught how to get into the sector as female technicians, but also working on the production line, as Engineer Maro will show us. This was only a small temptation. I leave the floor for Dr. Izzat to give his presentation. Thank you very much. Dr. Izzat, you have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ahmed, for the introduction, and thank you for being here. Thank you for your attendance, our side event. This is from the ancient time. Yeah, in the ancient time, the women played a prominent role, and the woman chaired man in all activities. That's we are talking about equality and gender equality, but it's been existed in Egyptian society, but 1,000 years ago. And as you know, that the gender equality, is not only fundamental human right, but it is a necessary foundation for peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Women and girls present half of the world population, and therefore also have its potential. So, I mean, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, they fix this number 5 for gender equity. You need to also, I mean, is playing a vital role and for the gender, and they always ask us whenever we do any activity, they need to see the gender balance in all activity that we are doing in under Montreal Protocol or under UNIDO project. And in the news letter 7 issues of the UNIDO Montreal Protocol division, they are honor the International Women's Day and Women History, and they would like to highlight the importance of equal leadership and the participation of women and the men in UNIDO work. You need to recognize the contribution of women and girls around the world, and who are leading the change on climate change, adaptation and mitigation, and to build more sustainable future for all. So thanks, UNIDO, for taking care of such. But I know that all other UN agency, of course, they are doing the same. But because this is a UNIDO event, so we have to we have to talk about UNIDO. So in the industry, the women are already making a tremendous contribution to refrigerant and air conditioning and heat pump field in their various job category around the globe. However, in some cases, their role has been overlooked or underappreciated. Additionally, women only comprise a small percentage of the total workforce. But I'm not sure, is this their decision, or it is maybe they have some challenges, but after all, in the industry, the women, I mean, the percentage is not the same. So that's why we are encouraging women to go and so thank you for listening. It's very short, but meant just to highlight the role of United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, the role of UNIDO, and the Egyptian in the past. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Azzat, for your presentation. And thank you for being brief and in time. Now we have the cherry on top of the cake. We have Engineer Morrow.
Because we find challenges for women to go in the refrigeration and air conditioning. So, I mean, we introduced technical school for girls, only for air conditioning. And there is a survey. Can you, I'm not sure, can we play the... where is the survey? Can you display from there? It's a number of school, number of girls, and two slide. I would like to show you how we in Egypt try to empower the girls and ladies to join the rack sector. Technical problem, sorry, because okay, we will display maybe later after the presentation. It's only two slides to show how many schools, how many girls are joining this field.
We will get back to this after the presentation of Engineer Morrow. And I have a small piece of information, data, or something nice I would like to say, but maybe after she finishes. So I will give you some temptations. In one of the results, of actually facts, during the TOT, the training of technicians that we did, back home. But I will give you the information after her presentation. Thank you very much. Try to guess what was it. It was something nice regarding females and regarding TOT. Engineer Morrow, you have the floor.
Good evening. Okay. Okay. I will talk about the experience as an African woman in rec sector. This is my small presentation. I will introduce myself in 2 seconds. My name is Maru, and I am R&D manager in AC factory. My company is Fresh. My work experience as R&D since 2005 as R&D engineer, then till now R&D manager till 2023. My company profile is Fresh Electric for Home Appliance, is one of the major players in home appliance in Egypt. It's a local brand, Egyptian brand, made by Egyptian hand. Also, it was founded in 1987. It's driven by 35 years of expertise in local market. We have around 28 factories in all kinds of home appliances. We export for around over 65 countries. As a Fresh, for the air conditioner factory, this is the product we produce as a split, and light commercial like duct and freestand, and now we are in the market number 2 in local market. My agenda, I will talk about 4 main points. As a woman in rec sector, what was the challenge in rec sector we face in the after sale service, and I will talk about the empowering workshop which is held in Egypt, and the last one is the technology and development in the rec sector. Women in rec sector in Fresh, the women as the workers, it's around 10% of total worker as a woman, and in the managerial level it's around 15% as an engineer and the managers as a woman, and we plan to increase this percentage yearly. Why we as a Fresh care to hire a woman as a company? Because it's accuracy in work, multitask ability, it's caring for details which reflected to the quality. Also, it's commitment for the work, not only in the attendance and absence, but also in the required target. This is in air conditioner factory. We have the total women in the factory, around 5% from total workers. Okay, this is for example. We have a mini workshop in the factory, like a copper pipe and the plastic factory. The women not only have a chair and sit, they stand on the like injection machine, ultrasonic welding, balance machine, and 3D bending machine. This is for example. Okay. Also in the production line, we have a woman in the assembly line for the outdoor. For example, this picture for outdoor, and also for the indoor production line. The second part, what is the challenge of women in rec sector we face? Is there is for the after sale service, we didn't have any woman as a technician or an installer in Egypt, not only in Fresh, but also in the all companies in which is produce AC in Egypt. Why we didn't have any woman in after sale service and as a technician or an installer? Because it's like a cultural norm. That associate certain jobs for the specific gender. What should we do? Okay. What should we do? We in this to change this culture, we need to culture shift. We need the education and support. Also, we need to promoting equal opportunities to encourage the diverse participation. We need to increase the awareness about the capabilities and skills for the women. Next point, we'll reply some of this question. The next point is we will talk about the workshop which is held in Egypt in the last January 2023. It's in cooperation of UNIP and NOU with the participation of 40 women African women from the 20 African countries. This workshop was aimed to empower the women in the work in the field of refrigeration and the air conditioner. What is the output of this workshop? That all the African women exchanged the experience, developed skills, and shared idea. Also, there was a lecture from Dr. Omar Abdelaziz for them to build their capabilities to enable transmission toward low GWB technology. Also, increasing participation of women in the field and supporting equal opportunities for men and women. In the last day of this workshop, we already had a tour visit as an Egyptian secondary school for girls for refrigeration and air conditioner department. That means that in the coming years in Egypt, we can find a technician or an installer in REC sector. Last point in my presentation, I will talk about the technology development to transmissions toward from high GWB gas to low GWB gas. We already did it as a fresh in Egypt, not only fresh. We are 5 manufacturers in Egypt. We already make this transmission. We make this transmission by 2 different steps. First, the steps to transmit the gas from R22 to R14A. And now R22 only used in service sector only, and now we use R14A due to its ODB is 0, and we already charge a less amount of gas and better performance as energy efficiency ratio. But still GWB is higher than R22, so the next step we already take with according to a Kigali amendment to the Protocol Montreal that offer opportunity to improve the AC efficiency as to be used HFC's refrigerant. This project was a cooperation between Egyptian NOU, UNIDO in Egypt, aim to phase out SCFCs. We start the study of this project with Egypra promotion with the leading of Dr. Ala Ulama, and we were 5 manufacturing AC in Egypt. It's Al Arabi, Fresh, Union Air, Power, and Miraco. And there was a very big technical support from Egypra team for all facilities to be able to build our prototype to make all the needed tests and for the performance and safety. The Egypra result is introducing to a low GWB gases like R32. It was R32 and R454B. Also, you need to offer us a capacity building program, EGSIM program designed by Dr. Omar Abdelaziz. After we finish the study, we go to the implementation of the production line. We already adjust all the infrastructure for the production line. We're adding a duct and sensor. And we're making like a supply area for the cylinder. Also, we adjust some machine, like we cancel the cylinder of oxygen and insulin for the welding and use the ultrasonic machine. And we have also a new charging machine to charge the R32 and 454B. This is the final step of R32, is the safety audit from UNIDO side, and we are approved. And after that, we make like a trial batch of R32 product. Now it's in our store as a fresh brand, and this is the final product. And I'm finished.
Thank you very much, Engineer Maro, for your presentation. It showed several facts. The last fact was shifting your production lines from not only from 22 to another non-ozone depleting substance, but leapfrogging 14A and going to 32, which is a good achievement. And I know it was not easy with you and your other colleagues, yeah, it is a long journey, ma'am. And for the technical school, I've been there. It was, this is the school I told you about. This is one of the schools for girls who are being taught, rack, after sales and installation techniques. It's a girls only school. And we visited them with, Sonia was there as well from UNEP, and we visited them with, during the, holding an African, how do I say this? Regional workshop for African women technicians. Yeah, I put it together. And they were amazed. And by the way, those girls were being trained by their technical education teachers who received TOT that I was going to speak about. We did TOT with UNEP this time, and it was to teach the new techniques, the good practices for first the trainers, technical education teachers, and then they would train their colleagues and train technicians. But amazingly, during this training, and was held by CSG, Centro Studio Galileo, an internationally well-recognized Italian training society, I found 3 persons who really amazed me. 2 of them were 2 electrical engineer ladies. They work in the vocational training sector and the Ministry of Industry in my country, and they're electrical engineers. It was their first time to see a refrigeration circuit during the training. And those 2 girls, were number 1 and number 4 of the best trainers who received that training. The first batch of training of TOT, those 2 girls were one of the best. The best trainer was one of them. And she was an electrical engineer. She didn't know anything about refrigeration, but she's very good. And there was another lady, which really surprised me back then. She's a technical education teacher, and she works with her own hand. She used to work with her father, and I saw her hand. It looks like a technician hand. I was shaking hand. I was talking to her, and she said, "Yeah, I work with the." Show me your hand, because from the hand you know. When I saw her hand, I said, "Yes, you work with your hand." She teaches boys technical education, rack technical education, servicing, and she's very good. And she's also one of the best trainers we have. We have a batch of around 27 best trainers now. We're gonna continue training. We did more TOT, and we're gonna continue until we reach our target. But I just wanted to give you this glimpse of information that out of 27, we have not only 3, about 4 or 5, and the best 5 were 3 ladies. The best one is a lady, by the way. Her name is Raghda. I remember her. Thank you very much. We're still trying to figure out how to. Okay, it's not working out. I'm not filling in, but I'm just telling you the facts. If you have any questions for Dr. Izzat or Engineer Maro, or anything regarding the female technician in Egypt, or the region, I hope, please go ahead. From you, Sonia? Okay, you're my colleague. Okay, yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Sonia Wagner. I'm Program Management Officer in UNEP Ozone Action. And we've heard about, you mentioned Dr. Azat in his presentation, and Mara also, and you, the regional, first ever UNEP organized regional training workshop for female technicians that happened in January this year. I want to acknowledge that the countries of the Anglophone Africa recognize that as a priority. They put that on their agenda, and Egypt gratefully accepted to host us. So we were there, and I experienced personally everything that you were talking about, and I think It was really amazing and eye-opening. It was the first one we ever did, but it was so successful that we, since then, have replicated that in 2 more regions, and there are other regions who want to do the same thing. So just to express our appreciation and gratitude for hosting us there. Yes, that was the first one. And then we had 2 more since then, in the Francophone Africa and in the Caribbean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Dr. Izzat would like to give you some information about the numbers of girls in the technical education schools. We couldn't work out the technical issue to show them to you, but he can just read it out. Dr. Izzat.
Unfortunately, it was a PDF file, so we cannot display here, but I can read from for the industrial education statistics. Number of school in Egypt is 1,044 school. Number of male. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So. Okay. So this is the statistics for the school, technical school in Egypt. As you see, this is total number of school, and this is for male and number of female. Sorry, the number of males is more than number of females. This is for industrial education only, but the first one was technical, not only industrial, but all technical. Here is industrial, a number of school total, and the number of males in the school, and the number of females is almost 0.5%. But go to refrigeration and air conditioning statistic. So number of student here, and number of male student, and number of female student is, I mean, quarter, 20%, something like that. So we need to increase this statistic actually, and hopefully we can do, because we just start few years ago when we find that no female joining the refrigeration and air conditioning, so we start to do special school for them and classes for them, and now I think they can have a future career. And this is the distribution of the refrigeration and air conditioning female school only. Total number is 93. And all over Egypt, you know, Aswan in the Upper Egypt, in the south, and in Alexandria we have 2 schools. We have Ismailia in Luxor, in Bahira, Giza, in Cairo we have 3 schools. I mean, every governorate in Egypt, in the Miatta, and so this is the distribution of the refrigerant and air conditioning female school. And we hope by this we will increase the number and we have the gender equity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Azzat, for showing those amazing facts. Again, do you have any questions, or shall I look for a nice fact? Yes, we have a question.
And then training. Maybe this is for Mara. I'm sure. Huh? Oh, I'm Ruth Ivory Moore from Hudson Technologies in the U.S. And we're a reclaimer of refrigerants. So I'm just curious, in Egypt, in the program that you have, does this lead to some sort of a certification? And does it go to, is it just the equipment, or does it go for the aftermath of the servicing of the equipment and recovery and all of that? Training.
You mean for the new refrigerant?
Say it again.
You mean for the new refrigerant, you mean?
Yeah.
For the ladies, you mean
Okay. Part of the training is, yes, recovery of controlled refrigerant, and of course handling new alternatives, other alternatives like hydrocarbons and flammables. And yes, we train them on recovery, and there is no clear certification yet for reclaiming the refrigerant, or sorry, recovery of refrigerant, because, by the way, we also have a project with UNIDO that we are building a reclamation center in the country. And it will be integrated with an R&R network. We call it R&R Recovery and Recycling Network, that would collect the refrigerant and be reclaimed in the reclamation center. And we're going to have a presentation in another side event regarding that. But yes, we train them. We train them on the recovery of the refrigerant. We don't have a certification yet, but currently we are working on guidelines, or we can call it standards, but it's mainly guidelines for the traits that need that the technician need to acquire to work with the alternatives and recover the refrigerants. After that, we're going to have some sort of certification program, or we can adopt it through the Ministry of Manpower to have a certification for handling the new refrigerants, and also recovery of the refrigerants. I keep saying reclamation because I'm working with reclamation. Sorry. But yes, it's happening, but slowly. And it took us a while to realize that we needed to have some sort of a concrete certification program in the country to build on, with recovery and recycling, and also with handling new refrigerants. But by the way, the first batch of trainers who received TOT in 2021, I remember, as I recall, they were tested on F-gas certificate, and some of them passed, and they received the F-gas certificate to handle refrigerants. Of course, good practices in general, not only using the alternatives. And of course, ladies are part of this, would be part of that, of course. Thank you very much for your question, ma'am. Any other challenging questions from you? I keep getting questions from our colleagues.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is Lezat Rabiosi from Ozone Secretariat. So I wonder, when you design your project, so as a policymaker, Mr. Lezat from the ministry, what do you put in place to make sure that you promote women participation in this sector? And in the past, we used to count, make sure that, yeah, we invite equal number of, and make participation of equal number of women and men, but beyond that, and maybe also a question to Sonia from Ozone Action.
This is a very hard question, my dear. The school is only, 2 years, maybe now they are in the second year. When we have a lot of female technicians, I think we will be in a better shape to have the equity. But after all, because we are working with UNIDO, and Mr. Fukaya always asks about any activity, how many female, how many male, and so he put pressure for us and try, yes, he tried to reach, of course, not equity. It's very difficult to reach equity in this sector, but at least we can have empowering the women, and we are doing our best, but I think we are in the way, and I hope that we can do much better. For now, yeah, I know it's not not as you expect, Jan.
If I may, you want to talk about?
Maybe after you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will just say what we see in projects that we're working on. Is it okay? Okay, so what we see as activities, you're right, Liz, at the beginning it was just making sure that you have sex disaggregated data about meetings or workshops or events. But now I think with the implementation of the multilateral policy on gender mainstreaming, we see more substantive activities that countries are proposing. For example, there was one, even in the design of projects. So there was one country that actually involved, they're a small island country, and they had one female technician, so they involved her in the project preparation and asked her about her challenges or what can help attract more women in the field. And then they came up with the scholarships for female technicians that were included in their HPMP. Also, if some other country, when the planning activities, they make sure, there was the case of Grenada, they had the pilot RDL program, and they made sure that 8 candidates that participated in the program, 4 were male, 4 were female, so they wanted to get gender equity there. I think on the UNIDO side and side of the agencies that do procurement of equipment, we can make like a mandatory kind of quota for like 20% of equipment purchased can go to female-owned businesses or female technicians, so to kind of make sure that they have things, work materials, they can do their work actually. And just, I want to say this is one that's really easy to do. We already do trainings for female, for generally for technicians, but we can make it just for female technicians, because our experience in holding regional workshops like that, you hear more from them and they speak more openly about challenges, and they actually tell us what they need. So even for the national ozone officers, having just a female technician workshop or training can help understand the situation better and inform some decisions in the future. So that's from my side.
Yeah, thank you. I just give you some feedback regarding UNIDO's policy regarding the gender mainstreaming. I think this is also further transferred to the member countries through our project, for example, in Egypt. In UNIDO, we have, for each of the projects during the life cycle of the project, we have a gender marker. This is very good tools. That for each project at the very beginning, the design stage, the project manager need to assess give the rating regarding the gender mainstreaming for this project. For example, there are 3 levels, 0, 1, or 2. If 0 is not gender relevant, the 1 is the gender relevance. But we need to do the gender analysis during the implementation stage. But the level 2, that means quite gender relevant, and you have to do the gender analysis during the preparation or concept node. So most of UNIDO's project focusing on come to the level 2. So therefore, in the headquarters of UNIDO, the project manager needs to do the gender analysis together with the national stakeholders in the preparation of the project. And during the implementation stage, we also need to, together with the member countries, to implement those suggestions from the gender analysis. For example, regarding what the barriers for the gender mainstreaming, for example, the culture-wise, or the low representative of the female workers in the sector, and they will give some suggestions. During the implementation, we will follow up. This is a reason that our colleagues that talk with you, more during the training and also the conversion project, that we will have a certain percentage of the female participants. This is, I think, very effective rules. And also another policy that used in UNIDO, I think also very useful for us to implement the gender mainstreaming policies. We have a gender rotation rules for each staff. You know, for example, in each of the department, we have to have at least 1 or 2 gender focal point. And this focal point is every 6 months, it will be rotated among the colleagues. That means each colleague will have equal opportunity to really dive in this topic and know this topic and to present this one to others. So then they give the actually a good opportunity to mainstreaming, you know, there are people who work in this sector first, and because every staff will have this opportunity. And also in the country office, each country office will have to at least have 1 gender focal point. This means they know the topic, and also this rules is rotated between the staff. I think this is a very good rules that to give opportunity to each people who involved in the project know what the gender mainstreaming policy, and you have to can understand firstly, and then you can explain to the people you work together, and then can mainstream with others. And also looking forward from UNIDO headquarters, we also hope that we can also facilitate the member country to use similar policies, you know, in the country, especially in the national nodal office. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for the enlightening facts and additions. It will be very useful to put them in practice. Thank you very much. Any more questions? I think we reached the time. Thank you very much all for your participation. Thank you, Dr. Azzat. Thank you, Engineer Morrow. Thank you all. Have a nice afternoon. Can we have a group picture?
Yeah. Let's get going. Okay, I think we can start. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for coming to our side event. It's called You Can't Be What You Can't See, What Can INWIC Do for Women in Cooling? But actually, it's more about what the Montreal Protocol partners and stakeholders are doing. So they're going to present their activities in to advance engagement and representation of women in the cooling sector, including through INWIC, International Network of Women in Cooling. We have many partners represented here, so I'm going to briefly introduce our speakers. So we have Dr. Caterina Marquez, Senior Research Fellow from the London South Bank University and IIR Chairperson for the Working Group of Careers and in Refrigeration. We have Dr. Neshen Surmelianak. She's Associate Director and Project Manager of CoolUp Project. We have Yunrui Jo from UNIDO, Associate Industrial Development Officer and the Gender
focal point. We also have Ellen Mitchell from GIZ. Okay. From GIZ, project manager for ProClima International. My name is Sonia Wagner. I'm the program management officer in UNEP Ozone Action, also a gender focal point. And then we have Colleen Keyworth, INWIC president. She will have a recorded statement. And Ina Colombo, Dr. Ina Colombo, INWIC president-elect and the deputy director of IIR. So that's our list of speakers. We do have a very interesting agenda. So we will start with the results of the survey, in the global survey of women in cooling. Katerina will present that, and that will kind of set the scene of what is the current situation in the field, and also what are the challenges and opportunities that women are faced in this field, so that that can help us kind of inform activities in the work that we do. Then we will continue with 4 presentations that will focus on either national, regional, or global activities. First, we will have a presentation from Nashen on initiatives to promote women in cooling in the Middle East. Then we will have a presentation from Yunrui on gender mainstreaming activities in the Latin America and the Caribbean and Africa. There are going to be 3 country case studies in Chile, Mexico, and Nigeria. Then we will have a presentation from Ellen about the gender mainstreaming in West and Central Africa. And then I will present UNEP Ozone Action Global Activities to Advance Gender Equality. And then we will have an introduction of the INWIC. We will have a welcome statement from INWIC President Colleen Keyworth, and then Ina will have a presentation on how to join INWIC. So then with that, I will kindly ask Katerina to deliver her presentation on the results of the survey. Thank you. It's very echoey.
Thank you, Sonia, and it's great to see you all here today. So this presentation is about a worldwide survey on women in cooling. But just before we go into the survey results, let's look at women representation in refrigeration, in cooling. So refrigeration plays a major role in today's economy. It contributes to food, health, energy, and environment. And there are over 15 million people that are employed in the refrigeration industry worldwide. So that means 5 workers out of 1,000 have a job that's related to manufacturing, installation, and servicing of refrigeration equipment. Now, only 6% of members of national associations are women, only 6%. And what this tells you is that women are significantly and visibly underrepresented in the industry. And why this is important? Well, women are half of the world population. And, to achieve fair decision making and design the cooling solutions that work for all, we need to have gender balance. So this is what sparked the idea about doing the survey. So the goal of the survey was to better understand the background, the motivation, and the challenges that are faced by women working in the sector worldwide. So this was a joint survey with the International Institute of Refrigeration and the Ozone Action of the UNEP program. And the survey was made available in 7 languages. We wanted to reach out as many women as possible. And we had about 810 responses, which was quite good. The survey is quite recent because it was carried out last year. So let's look at the background of the survey respondents. So we had a better response from Europe and Asia. So they were over 60% of the respondents. And Africa and the Middle East, we got about 8% of the responses. And it was mostly young women that responded. So 60% were less than 40 years old. And half of them had a postgraduate degree. So what that tells you is that there was a slight limitation reaching out women working as technicians in the field. But in terms of what women work on, it was quite evenly spread between residential, commercial, refrigeration and air conditioning, and most women worked in more than one sector. So this chart shows the current job role. So considering that most women had postgraduate degrees, there was only 8% that were working on servicing, so the majority working on design, on research and development. Either they were teaching, or they had an academic role, or they worked in sales and marketing. So this was kind of evenly spread. So one good result is that there is high retention rate in the industry, because 47% of women were working in the sector for more than 10 years. So that shows they stay once they come to the industry. What's less good is that there is limited career progression opportunities, because there was 42% of the women working on the current role for more than 5 years without being promoted. Now we asked whether they had felt that they had the same opportunities as men in similar positions, and 38% said yes. When we asked if they had the same remuneration as men in similar positions, 45% said they were equally paid, but 10% said they were highly underpaid. So this is a picture of how the industry works, really. So we also asked what was the top 5 challenges, and what came in number 1 was difficulties in managing a healthy work-life balance. And you could say this is a feature of modern world, but companies can actually help women by improving their human resource policies. So they can allow for remote working, flexible working hours, maternity leave that's fairly paid. So these are just some options that would really improve work-life balance for women. So there's 2 other challenges that are quite connected, which is the lack of career advancement opportunities and lack of training. You can see how these 2 are connected. There is still stereotypes and prejudice about women from clients or customers, so that's still a challenge in today's world. And there is no other female colleagues in their organization. So there is lack of role models of women. They don't have a lot of visibility. There's not enough women working in the sector. So we asked a few questions about motivation. So what attracted women to a career in the sector? And in number 1 came the environmental impact, but also the feeling of carrying out work that's useful to society, the fact there is a subject interesting area, the diversity of the role, and job security. So these were the top 5 motivation factors. And I think there's likely they are applicable to men as well. We would need to find out for sure, but it's likely. So we ask what are the top activities that they are involved in to attract both more women but more young people into the sector. And they mentioned training, workshops, mentoring, and recruitment. And half of them were directly responsible for encouraging more people to join the sector, which is quite positive. So we also asked women if they had a role model, and half of them didn't, which is interesting to know. But the ones that had a role model, it was either someone already working in refrigeration in the sector, it was a teacher, an instructor, or a family member. And interesting that family member comes up, because I don't think that's common with other professions, but again, maybe another survey will find that out. But basically, only half of the women had a mentor in their current job, so this is something that is definitely needed, mentorship. And we also asked what was their more proud career achievement. And number 1 came earning the respect and confidence of their colleagues. 34% said that. And then the remaining achievements, they kind of varied from developing new products, new services, generating income for their company, and training and teaching people. And that one is particularly interesting, that when women are in a management role, they want to develop and train their team because they didn't have the same opportunities. So that's quite telling. So just to summarize the conclusions and the recommendations, so the environmental impact of cooling is a clear motivation factor, and it can be used to promote this career. And one way to do it is having focused campaigns to attract young people, including women, to join the workforce. And, work-life balance, training and career development opportunities, equal pay for work of equal value. These were identified as challenges in these sectors. So companies need to adapt their human resources policies to address these issues. And we need to also capture the challenges of women that work in the field as technicians. So, if you want to do a survey in your country, just come to talk to me at the end, because we'll be very keen to do more surveys. And you can see the picture of the Women in Cooling survey report. So the QR code would take you to the report. And Ina actually has quite a few copies with her, so you can take one at the end. And finally, you're going to hear more about INWIC later, but it's an international network for women in cooling that offers opportunities for networking, mentoring, and later on, internships. So something to watch out for. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katerina. Our next presentation is initiatives to promote women in cooling in the Middle East. Dr. Nashin Surmeli Anak, please.
Thank you very much, Sonia. And thanks, Katerina, very much. This was very interesting because there's also a saying which goes, you can't improve what you don't measure. So I think this survey was very important in that sense to show what the status is and what can be done throughout all this network and organization. So it was really interesting. And what is also very starking to see is, in addition to what you presented, that the women are underrepresented in the cooling sector, whereas they are the majority of the population who are being influenced due to lack of cooling or the poor cooling performance. So this is clearly a sign that there needs to be a change on that sector to empower and include women more. Well, in the MENA region, the picture is a little bit worse than the global average of seeing women in the energy sector. The global average in the energy sector of women is 22%, whereas that drops to 10 to 15% in MENA region. And the underrepresentation is obviously going through all value chain, through all the levels of responsibility. And the clear breaking point obviously happens after the education, because in MENA region, the share of women in STEM education, in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is around 40 to 60%. But when it comes to job levels, we only see 5 to 10% women in the high-level jobs. And as you also outlined, there are really several factors behind these, behind this picture. One is the societal norms, seeing role of women in home, child caring, and taking care of the household works, which will definitely, I hope, improve with education, with integrating them in more social life and having the training facilities in place. The other is lack of flexible working hours, which particularly becomes important after child caring responsibilities, to give them room to be present at home, but also to deliver the work-life responsibilities. In our chats with the women in the MENA region, one interesting feedback was also lack of safe transportation to travel to work, which is a discouraging factor to take working roles, which sounds quite easy to address, but if it's not known and if it's not acknowledged, then no one taking care of it. So it was really an interesting item that came up. Yeah. So in the Cool Up program, we are also taking the gender aspect very seriously. The program is run in Egypt, Lebanon, Jordan, and Turkey. And we had our first regional conference in Istanbul in 2022. It was, I think, around 150, 180 participants, and those are the women members we had in the regional conference. We had a special breakfast event to actually to show that there is a support network, which even if it's not structurally there, there are lots of women facing the same problems, same challenges, and it does help even if we come together and talk about it. So we understand that this lack of or constraints about networking, lack of role models, as Katarina said, is one of the biggest items that our participants and also other people we talk in the MENA region comment on. So the idea is also to repeat those events, to create a platform to women to see there are women actually on all levels, and we can definitely support each other, which I think INVIC is a great initiative in this sense to also strengthen the ties in the different regions, but also among the different initiatives. So we're really looking forward to continue working on it, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Neshin, for your presentation and impressive work you're doing in the region. Our next presentation is from UNIDO, Mr. Yunrui Jo. It's on gender mainstreaming activities in Latin America and Africa, country case studies. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Sonja. So I'm so happy to have this opportunity to share UNIDO's practice to promote gender mainstreaming. Actually, before we talk about what the policy in UNIDO to do the promote the gender mainstreaming, maybe I give you a little bit big picture why we will do that. Actually, the mandate of UNIDO is to promote the sustainable industrial development, and you can see that the common story of the women in the manufacturing is that women also make up about less than 50% of the workers in this sector. So still there be room for improvement, and also women also often do not benefit from the industrial development in the same way as the men. This including that most of the women work in the labor-intensive and export-oriented sector in the low labor cost sector, for example, the textile sector, but also the low underrepresented in the decision-making process, but also in the science, technology, engineering, and the mathematics field. So therefore, also another factor that also the women also will involve in higher risk of unfavorable working conditions. This is also including many manufacturing sectors. So therefore, there is a big need that to promote, to solve this issue, to fill the gender gap, and to provide their women with their technical skills and also the training and to improve these conditions. Actually, in UNIDO, we have the policy in place to ensure gender mainstreaming will be implemented in the outer projects implemented in UNIDO. This policy including the, in 2019, we have the policy on gender equality and the empowerment of women. This is a key policy in UNIDO. And then afterwards, we have a strategy for gender equality and the empowerment of women. And also in our general conference, we also have special the resolutions on the gender equality, and also we have the administrative instructions on the gender mainstreaming. And you can see in this presentation, you can see this is the management structure, how the gender mainstreaming will be implemented in the structure of the UNIDO's governance. For example, in the we have the gender mainstreaming board. This is including the chair of the director general and also the other secretary in the different office. And the most important that we also have this. Let's see, this works or not. We have this gender office in UNIDO, and with the director and also the rotational gender office. This rotational gender office, you can also see that with their supervision, we also have the gender focal point in each of the department. For the big department, at least there will be 1 or 2 gender focal point, and in each regional office, we will at least have 1 gender focal point. And in order to support the gender focal point to review all the projects in UNIDO, we also have the gender focal point alternative and also gender supporter. Most important gender focal point is rotational among their colleagues in UNIDO. This means each of the staff in UNIDO will have opportunity to become a gender focal point, at least for 6 months. So therefore, they will know more about the requirements of the gender mainstreaming, and also they will support the team to review of the proposal regarding the gender mainstreaming. And in this map, you can see how the gender mainstreaming will be translated in the whole life cycle of the project, including the design stage, formulation stage, implementation stage, and the monitoring and the evaluation stage. For example, during the design stage, for each project, you need to fill this UNIDO gender compliance and marker form. This is we call gender marker. You need to, before you submit your concept note, you need to assess your proposal, give a marker. This is like a 0, 1, or 2, 2A, 2B. 1 means there's no relevance to the gender. 1 means limited expectation for the gender mainstreaming. 2 means significant, or this is a gender mainstreaming project. So basically now more than 50% of the projects is focused on the located at the markers. And there are different requirements for the different type of the project. For example, for the type of the mark at 1, then this means the gender analysis has to be done during the implementation stage of the project. If the project classified as a 2, then the gender analysis has to be done before the approval. That means during the concept node stage. But of course, the recommendations during the gender analysis will be implemented during the implementation stage. And for the monitoring and the evaluation, we also will further review that those recommendations regarding the gender mainstreaming will be implemented or not, and then they will give the rating according to this gender mainstreaming perspective. Here I give the 3 examples regarding how we implement the HPMP project in for the implementation of the Montreal Protocol, but also the Kigali management. You can see the left side, this is the findings of the gender analysis in Chile. You can see that the gender gap during the gender analysis, our colleague found that the gender gap, this is in the rock sector, is very, very high. And also, another issue is that this is similar like the survey. We found that no significant, the women has less opportunity to access to education in this sector. And also, women also have less opportunity to go to the market for the refrigerant and air conditioner sector. And also, they also have less opportunity to involve of the decision making for this center. So therefore, what the activities we propose for the implementation of the project. The first one is that in Chile, we suggest during the implementation stage, the project team will recruit gender experts to mainly to promote the mainstreaming of the gender, and also we have also the women train the trainer. We conduct the training of the trainers course every 2 years and emphasize the importance of the women's participants. And also we have this is also the women's certificate to give a certificate for their women participation. There are another case study in Mexico. Actually, the findings is very similar because due to the cultural wise and also the fact in this sector. This is also including the low participants of the women in the rock sector and the lack of the confidence of the women in their technical skills in the rock sector, and also the difficulties regarding the balance of the work and also the family life, and also the low representative in the decision making. So therefore, this sector is the male dominant sector, basically. This is a key finding. But actually, we have a little bit different proposal for the how we can design some activities to solve this issue. This is including some awareness raising campaigns to promote the women participants in this sector, especially for the students, the bachelor and master students who are willing to work in this sector. And also, we also identified some of the good practice, especially together with the air conditioner sector, and also to promote more women can work in this sector. This is similar like what we did in Egypt today morning, so the case. And also, we also promote that for the bachelor degree, and more female students will register in this sector. Another case is in Nigeria. The key findings is that we found that the women registration in their science, technology, engineering, and mathematics degree is high. However, there are less of there are much more future in the work in the accounting and the business management. They don't directly work in this sector, and. Also, some of the some of the perception that the women not work in this rock sector or the form sector because of this heavy physical labor work. This is the findings that we found during the gender analysis. And what we can do to improve the situation a little bit. For example, we work with the university to set up the scholarship for the female manufacturing, engineering, and the technicians. And also we invest the technicians and also provide the training for the female technicians in this sector. And also we try to also promote the female experts in their process of the decision-making process together with the private sector, and we try to involve more female participants, to contribute to the decision maker. This is also very, very important factor. So I just give some of the conclusion here. First is the gender market is a very useful tool for UNIDO to how to implement the gender mainstreaming policies in UNIDO, in all UNIDO's projects. This is really very good system that make all the projects will do the gender, at least will consider the gender mainstreaming from very beginning. The second conclusion is that according to the gender analysis, we found that there's still a big gap in the rock sector, and in the different continents that we found that similar barriers and also the situation. So therefore, we need to take some actions for this center. And regarding how to take what action we can take to empower the women in this sector, this including the training, but also from their bachelor degree, and more women can work in this sector, but also we can work with the private sector, especially, for example, the air conditioner sector, to give more roles to the female for the decision maker. I think this is very important. Thank you. I stop here.
Thank you very much, Yurundrui, for this presentation, and thank you for reminding us that now, starting from XCOM 94, all the MLI-funded projects will have to have gender assessment done, and also recommendations from gender assessment will have to be taken into consideration when the projects are implemented. So basically, that's what all the countries and also implementing agencies will have to work with in the future. Our next presentation is from the GIZ. Ellen Michel will tell us about empowering women in the cooling sector in West and Central Africa.
Thank you, Sonia. Hello. Yes. Thank you, Sonia, for having me on the panel and for giving us a chance to tell you a little bit what GIZ is doing in the field of female empowerment. And first, I would actually move to my slide and then would like to let those speak who we are talking about. So I'll share a short video with you of women working in refrigeration. I just have to go back to start it.
Un métier encore qui regroupe presque tous les autres métiers. On est électronicien, on est plombier, on est frigoriste, on est électricien, ainsi de suite, ainsi de suite. À chaque fois qu'on avance, à chaque fois, on tend encore dans un autre métier. Et c'est pas patient. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour protéger l'environnement? Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour économiser de l'énergie? Moi, c'est dans ces axes-là que je rentre en fait. Je souhaiterais qu'on encourage plus les femmes à pouvoir faire plus la science, la pratique. Il faut changer les mentalités. Pour quand les femmes aussi peuvent exercer ce métier comme elles ont, les entreprises non collègues hommes ont tendance à nous sous-estimer. Certains hommes nous disaient, qu'est-ce que tu fais là? Tu ne vas pas rester longtemps. Et des fois même, ils me testent. Ils me donnent des choses pour nous, pour aller au chantier. Ils me font faire des choses un peu difficiles pour me décourager. Faites confiance aux filles. Faites confiance aux dames. Parce que le milieu de la formation professionnelle n'est pas un milieu d'hommes seulement. C'est le milieu de tout un chacun, de toute personne. Quand j'entre dans le secteur, c'est pas pour travailler en tant que femme, mais c'est pour faire exactement ce que les hommes font.
C'est le domaine technique, c'est fait pour tout le monde. Donc, pas quelque chose déjà, vraiment, j'encourage les femmes à venir nous rejoindre pour qu'on puisse aller ensemble. Parce que ce sont elles qui sont très généralement utilisateurs de ces appareils en question.
Quand on se retrouve en atelier, ça n'aide pas une femme technicienne d'être dans un environnement où il y a une pratique à réaliser, qu'un homme arrive, c'est vrai, il est gentil, il est poli, mais qu'il arrive et qu'il veut récupérer le tournevis à ta place pour le faire. Parce que si tu as choisi de faire ce métier, ça veut dire que tu peux payer le tournevis et tu peux tourner. Donc il faut quelque part que les hommes qui sont dans le milieu, s'ils veulent réellement nous aider, qu'ils nous laissent parfois cette possibilité-là de faire un peu en fait.
J'ai eu le privilège de former beaucoup de femmes dans le secteur de la refrigération Cameroun. Ce que je constate, c'est qu'après la formation, elles sont passionnées, elles sont très professionnelles, elles disciplinées même que nous les hommes. Je dois le reconnaître parce que nous les hommes, on veut parfois aller un peu vite. Après 2 ans de métier, que je déplore également.
Il faut accompagner les femmes pour leur insertion sociale. Parce que chez nous-mêmes, il y a beaucoup de filles qui viennent et après leur formation, elles repartent s'asseoir à la maison. Nous, on se met en devant de la scène et personne ne nous fait reculer. Et je leur demande de ne pas avoir peur. Et dès qu'elles commenceront à exercer, elles vont sûrement aimer. Voilà, c'est comme un médecin. Voilà, le froid, c'est comme le médecin face à son malade. Vous êtes devant un appareil frigorifique, vous diagnostiquez, vous trouvez le problème, préparez, et puis le client est content. Donc voilà. C'est pas un secteur où il faut avoir du muscle. De nos jours, il y a tellement d'équipements qui sont développés que moi, aux femmes, moi, je leur demande de ne pas avoir peur d'entrer là-dedans. Que c'est de la discipline, c'est de la rigueur. Et nous, les femmes, nous avons ça. Tout est possible. Venez toutes, c'est un secteur très large. Nous avons notre
Coming back to the presentation. Sorry, the sound was very low, but there were subtitles, so I hope I hope the message got across. There we are. Okay. So the video you have seen is part of a program called OROCA, is the abbreviation. So it's a project that is co-funded by the European Union and the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. And the objective of the project is named in the title. So it's ozone and climate-friendly cooling in Western Central Africa. And there are 4 partner countries in this project. It's Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Mali, and Senegal. And what was said before through the survey, but also the other statistics we heard for the MENA region, just to complement this, in those 4 countries I just named, women actually make up only 2 to 4% of the technicians in the RAC sector. They face discrimination and they do have difficulties to find a job. With our trainings that we are supporting as GIZ, they gain knowledge about natural refrigerants, which can be an advantage. And also what we emphasized on is we're using photos on communication material of women so that it gets more normal to see women working on technical jobs. In cooperation with the Senegalese Agence Nationale de la Maison de l'Outil, ANAMO, the project conducted 2 trainings in February 2023 for 21 technicians of Senegal's national network of women in refrigeration on climate-friendly cooling and also on business creation. The objective of those trainings were actually to fight the challenges that female RAC technicians face when they are trying to integrate the labor market. As a background here, female technicians in Senegal are very often highly qualified. Nevertheless, they have trouble finding a job due to prejudice. And I think we have heard some of this also in earlier presentation. So that's why an entrepreneurship training was added, so that can help actually women to found their own businesses. Some clients especially other women, even prefer female technicians coming to their houses, especially when a device at home needs to be repaired and it's only women at home. And the element of natural refrigerants actually gives those women also an additional selling point, as this is not something which is already offered by all the male colleagues working in the sector. And with that, I would also like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ellen, for your presentation. And I think what you show in the video and what you said, that there's additional set of challenges that female professionals in the sector are facing when they're technicians, in addition to what the survey found. So that we see that in our work as well. So that will bring me to my presentation on UNEP Ozone Action Global Activities to Advance Gender Equality. So I will start with so UNEP Ozone Action has a dual role under the multilateral fund. We are the compliance assistance program, so that's half of our work. The other half is project implementation. So we use our global CAP resources to create tools and products that we can use in our project implementation. So this was the first one that was created, the first publication that we did in 2019. These are personal experiences and achievements of 107 women from all over the world. And they kind of spoke about their challenges, about their life journey, how did they end up in the sector, about the opportunities, about how proud they are. So it's really personal. We took them as they were sent and we published that just to kind of highlight the issue and show that there are female professionals so that young girls can actually look and join the sector. The other one we already heard from Katarina about. This is the Women in Cooling, a worldwide survey that we did with IIR, and these are the partners that we use to distribute it. This publication is a regional publication that talks about integration of gender mainstreaming in Latin America and the Caribbean, and there are some case studies from different countries in that region. For example, Chile, that Yun Rui was talking about, is one of the case studies about how this gender analysis was done and how the measures were implemented to address the findings. And this is the newest one that we just produced. It's still not available on our website, but it will be soon. It's guidebook on mainstreaming gender in the implementation of the Montreal Protocol. It is meant for national ozone officers, but also addresses gender mainstreaming entry points in the refrigeration and air conditioning sector, which is the topic of our session today. And then I want to talk about these 3 regional training that we organized for those of you who were this morning at UNIDO's side event and you organized jointly with Egypt. There was the first regional workshop for female refrigeration and air conditioning technicians in the Anglophone African network, where we had them come to Cairo, and then we had a 3-day workshop when we discussed a little bit of technical contact. Dr. Omar Abdelaziz was also there to give a presentation of more technical things, but also we discussed especially gender-related aspects, like what are their challenges, what are the difficulties that they're having, and how can we, as a Montreal Protocol community and through our project, help address them. And then there was the third day was a practical presentation or practical exercise where we visited the female school for refrigeration technicians. And so it was really well, I think first it was eye-opening because we realized some things we didn't know before about those challenges that they're facing. And I think it was a good experience, and then other regions start doing similar things. So in May, we had a similar regional training workshop in Francophone Africa. They were really focusing more on technical side, but also similar challenges were identified in this region too. And just two weeks ago, we used the same concept and the same approach to organize the workshop for female technicians in the Caribbean. In addition to general challenges that women in Article 5 countries are facing, the problem of the Caribbean is that they're really few in numbers. They're like 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 in the country. So for them to organize at the national level is kind of maybe not difficult because you can, make a WhatsApp group, but also it's not as impactful. So what they're thinking and what they were discussing really, and like the idea is to have some kind of regional association, even if it's informal at the beginning, to kind of share experiences and help each other. And then our next session is going to be dedicated to INWIC. This is just to visualize what Colleen will be talking about. So International Network of Women in Cooling, 13 partners that are listed there, either international or national or regional. And these are INWIC main activities. So it's first and foremost a networking platform. It will have mentorship and internship programs. We try to raise awareness and produce motivation materials for women to join the sector. Also to collect some data, exchange experiences and role models, and support new formation of the women groups. Everything we do in UNEP Ozone Action can be found on the dedicated gender page on our web page, and there is a link to that. And with that, I thank you, and then we will hear from Colleen Keyworth, INWIC President.
Welcome to COP28. My name is Colleen Keyworth, and I'm the current president of INWIC. I regret that I cannot be there in person with you guys today. However, I'm sure everything in Dubai is lovely. I do, however, have the privilege of introducing you to INWIC. INWIC is the International Network for Women in Cooling. INWIC's sole purpose is to promote opportunities for women in the RACHP sector. INWIC is made up of 13 founding partners located in countries all over the world. Our partners consist of World Refrigeration Day, UNEP, ERA, ARIA, ASHRAE, ISHRAE, IIR, JESRAE, the IOR, FAIR, CAR, U3R, and Women in HVACR. Each of our partners represents a board member on our board, and together we use all of our collected resources and experience in order to promote roles for women in the industry. Our goal is to make sure that there are women organizations in every country, giving women the opportunity to join our amazing industry. The RACHP industry is amazing. Pretty sure we can all agree that it is ridiculously lucrative, is only going up, has many, many opportunities. However, unfortunately, has been predominantly male, meaning our optics haven't really given women everywhere the ability to picture themselves in the many roles that we have. INWIC hopes to change this by providing mentorship programs, internship programs, being able to have a forum where women can come together, exchange ideas, meet other women in other countries who are going through the same struggles, and be able to get career advice, access to training, best practices, being able to find a mentor. All of this is important for any career. INWIC believes that it is not just important just to recruit women into the industry, but also retain them as well. Retention is a big deal, and retention happens when you give women the opportunity to connect. When they're able to find people who can help them in their career and give them advice, something to fall back on, be able to have as a sounding board, learn from other people's experience, they are 5 times more likely to stay within the field that they're in. We hope to encourage groups that form in other groups or subgroups of big manufacturers, maybe just some local groups, other countries, anything that would involve women coming together to share their experiences in the industry and share their photos. The optics being such a problem as it is a big deal for us to make sure that we are collecting information and pictures to be able to share with our group internally, share with all of our partners, and be able to use for promotional materials so that women in future generations can now picture themselves in these roles, whether it be engineering, technicians, or women in business levels. This year, INWIC made great progress launching our website this past spring. Our website is our mothership for all of our comings and goings. We have a membership available on our website that allows members to connect on our online forum. Since starting our website and opening up membership to everyone, INWIC has so far collected over 200 members. Our online forum gives women the opportunity to connect with like-minded women and ones from different countries and regions or similar languages. Our online forum is open to anyone who chooses to be a member. We have several different kinds of membership. My president-elect, Ina Colombo, will be going over information on how you can join INWIC. With the help of our founding partners, INWIC made appearances at several industry events from many areas all around the world. We were able to participate in events in Italy, France, the Caribbean, Africa, and the United States, just to name a few. We hope with the help of our founding partners that we're able to expand our reach and our message. We're hoping today that you will join us, so that way we can make one very big industry feel a lot smaller. Without any further ado, I'd like to introduce President-elect of INWIC, Dr. Ina Colombo. She will be introducing you to how to join INWIC for yourselves and walking you through our website. I hope you enjoy the rest of COP28 and the rest of our women's workshop. Thank you so much for your time today. Take care.
Thank you to Colleen, who gave a very good presentation about an overview of the INWIC initiative. I would like to mention also that I'm the secretary of the Careers in Refrigeration IR Working Group, CARE, and working with Katarina. And as Colin mentioned, I'm going to go through very quickly about the website, how to register. So it's got the QR code. You can go through it with me. So you can go to the website. It's got the home page. It's got various web pages. It's got the governance where you can see the list of the funding partners. It's got the membership web page also, the calendar where it's got the upcoming event, the news web page where we publish all the events that we've been doing. Contact us and how, where to register. So we've got 4 membership, okay? It's got the INWIC membership open on, to all women working in the HVACR sector or studying in a relevant discipline. You've got the affiliate membership open to all individuals, men and or women who would like to voluntarily support and contribute to the to INWIC. You've got the partners membership, okay, which is for HVACR Association and Society and other not-for-profit entities involved or would like to be involved in career development of women. And you've got the industry supporter membership for business corporate industry association offering support and internship opportunities to INWIC. So please select, you can select the membership that is the most applicable to you. And on the register webpage, you have to fill the information on the registration form, read the website disclaimer and select I agree, and you click on complete sign up and you receive an email, and if you have not received it, maybe be going to the spam. So please do register, spread the word. If you know people, companies that will be interested to be involved into the INWIC initiative, please send them the link to the website and come and join us to make women to develop and to have more women into the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ina, for this presentation. I think that's the last presentation of our side event. We do have 5 more minutes until the end of this side event, so I will open the floor for any comments or questions or reactions. I know we presented a lot of information here. I think that it is an impressive work that's being done to kind of highlight the issues and show more women in sector, attract them to the sector, and also to retain them in the sector. As Colleen said, that's also very important. And the Montreal Protocol is playing our part through our projects and also through other initiatives. So if there are no questions, I would like to thank you all for coming today and being with us, and also to those who are listening us online. Thank you very much, and have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
Can we have a seat, please? We are just starting. Okay. Thank you very much. Welcome to the joint UNDP COOL-UP side event titled as Enabling and Financing the Transition to Efficient Climate-Friendly Cooling in the MENA region. We have seen many side events already organized, even touch base on the MENA region. Yesterday, there was also another event from the UNEP Cool Coalition specifically on the efficient cooling in the MENA region, but it was more on the technology part. Today, we would like to have to discuss more on the policy and also especially the finance part as well. So just to not make it longer, I would like to invite the head of UNDP country office in Jordan country office, Rana Abul Hossein, for the welcoming speech.
The nice thing about this COP is that it's a nice, cozy crowd usually. Thank you everyone for coming. Let me start by congratulating UAE for successfully hosting this crucial COP28 and extend my appreciation to the Ozone Secretariat and its partners for their efforts in organizing this event at the Montreal Protocol Pavilion. You want me to speak louder? Okay. As MENA hosts its second consecutive UN Climate Change Conference, with cooling taking a center stage and the COP28 presidency advocating for global leaders to act through the Global Cooling Pledge, I'm delighted to welcome you to this event. Today, we will underscore the significance of the cooling sector in the MENA region, joined by distinguished speakers from the governments of Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan, as well as partners from the World Bank and the COOL-UP lead agency Guidehouse. At UNDP, we have been dedicated to promoting efficient and climate-friendly cooling globally for decades, and especially to respond to the specific needs of characteristics of the MENA region through our technical and policy support. Why sustainable cooling in MENA? The MENA region, a climate change hotspot, experiences soaring temperature, making cooling essential for comfort, health, and productivity. Presently, air conditioning systems consume up to 70% of total residential and commercial building electricity. The rising demand for cooling, exacerbated by population growth, urbanization, economic development, and climate change, is set to triple the number of AC systems in the region to 200 million units by 2050. Temperatures in MENA are escalating at twice the global average rate, threatening a 50% increase in energy demand by 2050. As the majority of electricity generation relies on fossil fuel in the region, this surge would elevate greenhouse gas emissions. The adoption of sustainable cooling solutions characterized by energy efficiency, low GW refrigerants, and compatibility with renewable energy is imperative to meet cooling needs while minimizing emissions. The MENA region presents both challenges and promises in addressing the climate impact of cooling. Despite crises and conflicts complicating policymaking, the high demand for cooling driven by extreme temperatures offers a promising avenue. Lebanon, go figure, amid ongoing challenges and the impact of COVID-19 pandemic stands as an inspiring example. Despite these challenges, Lebanon continues to set a remarkable example in terms of implementing the Montreal Protocol with support from the Clean Cooling Collaborative and UNDP. Lebanon also developed the region's first National Cooling Action Plan, NCAP, serving as a model for Egypt, Jordan, and Turkey to develop NCAP and NCAPs through the support of UNDP and EK-financed Cool Up program. UNDP advocates for national caps as an integration tool aligning a country's cooling needs with sustainable solutions. These plans connect with NDCs, National Energy Efficiency Actions Plans, energy efficiency standards, building codes, and financing objectives through public and private instruments. The Montreal Protocol exemplifies international cooperation's power to phase out ozone-depleting substances, now extended through the Kigali Amendment to phase down high GWP cooling solutions. 6 MENA countries have ratified the amendment, and the GCC countries expressed their intent to follow suit for ratification. However, to maximize the impact of cooling sector, we need to go beyond this level of cooperation. UNDP notes the financial sector's caution to support end users' adoption of efficient and climate-friendly cooling solutions. This prudent approach is understandable, as more information is needed regarding the efficiency of the cooling technologies, cost, the feasibility in MENA-specific climate and policy environment. Demonstrations of technical and financial feasibility of sustainable cooling technologies and business modalities like ESCOs for cooling, such as those under the COOLA program, will provide critical information tailored to the MENA context. Particularly, cold chain and district cooling solutions have promising potentials of energy efficiency, cost saving, and social benefits for the region. UNDP as an integrator aims to foster partnerships with the financial sector, ensuring access to vital information on investment returns for the transition to low GWP, energy efficient technologies. Climate finance to the region remains limited, actually with less than 3% of global funding for climate initiatives is reaching the Middle East. UNDP aims to bridge this gap by nurturing partnerships with key stakeholders, facilitating cooperation, and establishing multi-stakeholder platforms to enhance financing green solutions in the region. I trust that today's event will yield impactful ideas, influencing COP28 outcomes, and acting as a catalyst. Be careful, be careful. There's a cup of coffee below the yeah, but there's a cup of coffee, you might drop it. I trust that today's event will yield impactful ideas influencing COP28 outcomes and acting as a catalyst for MENA countries and stakeholders to support enabling environment and financing instruments for the sustainable cooling solutions. Together, we can cool the MENA responsibly and sustainably. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randa, for the inspiring speech. Now, I would like to welcome Ms. Neşen Sürmeli Anaç, program. Okay, sorry. Now it works fine. Okay, now I would like to welcome Ms. Neşen Sürmeli Anaç, Program Manager of CoolUp from Guidehouse, to provide a kind of a general snapshot of the cooling in the MENA region. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Selimcan. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us today. I would like to give a bit of an overview of cooling in MENA region. As Ms. Rana also mentioned, the temperatures in MENA region are increasing twice the average global rise. This translates into increased demand for air conditioning, expected to reach more than 93 million unitary air conditioning in 2050, which is an increase of 57% compared to that was in 2020. So without action, this growing demand will drive regions' rising energy demand and increase the stress on the electricity grid, which is currently also quite volatile. So we face with the so-called cooling paradox, where the increasing temperatures and greenhouse gas emissions from cooling feed into each other in a vicious cycle. So we are at a crucial point for the region to accelerate their efforts and use their position to become a global leader in sustainable cooling transition. Currently, 7 countries in the region have ratified Kigali Amendment, and I think United Arab Emirates have also announced that they will ratify Kigali Amendment yesterday. 15 countries have submitted their NDCs, and among these 15, 12 of them have mentioned actions for cooling in their NDCs. This change is accelerating now, and it needs a holistic approach that needs all stakeholders and decision makers along policy and regulation, industry and financing. Currently, various technology options are available to avoid the lock-in effects and leapfrog from conventional technology to energy efficient and sustainable solutions that use natural refrigerants. And that's what we are working in CoolUp program as well in Egypt, Lebanon, Jordan and Turkey, with a view to exchange the learnings between the countries but also throughout the region. And as with all climate and sustainability related aspects, financing has a big role to play. Currently, less than 3% of the global funding for climate initiatives was spent in MENA region. So therefore, international finance is needed for driving the technology transformation and wide-scale deployment of the solutions. National level finance is also needed, such as loans, tax incentives, bulk procurement, and cooling as a service as an innovative ways of enabling financing. We're working in the countries also to look into new business models where the financing, international and national financing institutes can work with the manufacturers and look into the acceleration of uptake of these technologies. We are working with Egypt, Turkey and Jordan to develop their national cooling action plans, which sets the agenda of the country to look from all perspectives to enable all actors to accelerate the transition. Financing being such a crucial tool in this transition, I'm really looking forward to hear from this discussion today, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for our colleague from the Guidehouse for a general description about COLAB project. Now we want to invite our panelists to be on the stick. So the better we stay there, okay? Because it's a live stream, then people can see all of you. Yeah, maybe. Let me introduce our panelists for today's event. Mr. Yakub, many of you maybe know him very well. He's the head of the ozone section in Crete. He's quite famous, in the Montreal Protocol family. He has been the president of the meeting of the parties and also the coordinator of developing countries. Particularly, I heard that 1 month ago in Nairobi, he is a key negotiator for the new replenishment of Montreal Fund. You may know that we there is the highest record high replenishment, close to $1 billion for the future 3 years. Congratulations and thank you to join us. And also our panelists from the Bahrain, Mr. Hassan Ali Mubarak, and he's the head of the Hazardous Chemical Management Unit and the National Ozone Office, Bahrain. And he has been also, long-term to be the head of the ozone officers, and he acted as also the chair of the executive committee. Thank you to join us today. And also the Ms. Meski Bahin. She is a regional director for the Sustainable Development, World Bank, Middle East, and North Africa. She will share her insight about finance with us today. And Dr. Rasmi Hamza, and he's executive director from Jordan Renewable Energy Efficiency Fund. We call it JERIF, right? So thank all of you to join us. So maybe in the beginning, we want to have you, your general views about this transition in cooling sector. We heard a lot about the refrigerant transition. We heard a lot about energy efficiency and other ways, relevant to this sector. There are a lot of challenges, particularly for this region. We know that most of the country in the region belongs to the Group 2 country. There are some reasons behind it because of the challenge of technology. And, but still, we feel this is time for all of the countries to take action because your baseline is approaching, right, from next year. So I wonder that, from this perspective, maybe you can share your insight and your thought about the transition, where you want to start and what would be the next step, in your country regarding this transition, and what will be the challenges, and what kind of area you want to get more support from international community. So floor is yours. Maybe Hassan first. I want you to.
Thank you, Shafan, and let me first of all thank UNDP for this opportunity to be here with you and invited us to be for this discussion panel. Let me say first, as a GCC in general, I don't need to say how much this region is extremely hot, and we are in the December now, and you can see how the sun outside is very difficult. So when we talk about the cooling transition, we have to talk first about the sustainability for the cooling transition, which is the most important thing for the government in the region here, and also for the all concerns people who talk about the cooling transitions. We have a high demand in the region. We talk in 2022 about $6.2 billion, the annual growth for the demand with regard to the as a value for the demand of the cooling. And we talk about the forecasts with a high percentage till 2028 with 5.32%. So we talk about a region that will consume a lot of the refrigerant and demands for the cooling requirements. And if we take in mind the plans that we put and we implement here since last decades with regard to the HBMBs or with regard to the energy efficiency maps that we put, and we see the growth in the demand in HFCs within the last 5 to 6 years, we have to think in real way that going or taking a decision with regard to the cooling or transition should be 100% in a correct and a decision for a plan should meet the requirement of this region with this condition and temperature. A lot of thought we can't talk about it here, but I would like to give opportunity for my colleagues first, and we can take second round to talk about some points of that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this event. I appreciate UNDP's efforts in the region. In Jordan mainly, they are playing an important role in our energy transition in addition to other environmental issues. So that I'm glad actually at this COP to say doubling in energy efficiency is a very important announcement. And of course, we are happy about tripling renewable energy. This is very important. So it's an important announcement. And also, I'm glad about the damage and loss announcement as well. And this fund will be effective soon. We hopefully that we will have a very simple procedures, different than the JCF, in order to enable countries to utilize the benefits of like this fund immediately and in very easy way. So we are welcome also about this announcement, and the amount until now announced is not enough. However, we are looking forward for more commitments from the G20 countries in order to meet the promises that we launched in Paris 2015, that we are not going to leave anybody behind. So Jordan is excellent example about a small country not impacting the environment and the emission that much, 0.0006 maybe. However, we are playing and introducing the country as a model of involvement all sectors to decrease the emission and to make practices related with the sustainability. With a very clear path and a plan up to 2030, where we updated our national commitments with the UNFCCC to decrease 31% by 2030, which is a great ambitious comparing with a lot of countries around in the region. In Jordan as well, we are, working on in different parallel plans, including working on national energy efficiency plan. Chapter of this is cooling and heating, and the plan is finally designed for Jordan with the kind support of UNDP and the cooling program. We are partners on this, so we are finalizing now the last touches in our plan, national plan for this. It's important, and this is matching our national plan and matching the initiative that we launched in Glasgow 2 years ago. And I've been proud to launch it with the Minister of Energy at that time, which is Heating and Cooling Initiative. And after that, it's expanded to other countries. And today we are talking, in Europe, they are talking about cooling. They are talking about heating. And at that time, we added cooling. And today, after 1 year, the Europeans start talking about cooling and heating because it became hot after the last summer. So we are on the same page. Absolutely. And Nation, I would like to say that Euro program is not just for Europe, it's for the MENA region. And absolutely, there is no only, actually, a country alone can solve its own problem. We have to cooperate mainly in the MENA region. We have to transfer knowledge, innovation, experience, capacity building, in order, to play all together on the same page, on the same area. Financing, we are glad. I'm representing Jordan Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Fund. It's a governmental fund. And here it's nice to mention about the state's commitment. We need interfering from the governments as well, not just the private sector. Private sector alone will not solve the issue, as well as the government alone, they will not doing well. So we need that kind of cooperation between public and private sector in order to enhance all the aspects of the transition with a very clear path to 2030 and 2050. Hopefully that we will do that. Again, interfering from the states is important. Developing, let's say, policies, financing mechanisms, as well as cooperating in the region in terms of innovation and knowledge transferring is very important to upscale this important project. Cooling and heating, one of the main important issue for our building. And today, and this morning, we launched the building breakthrough with the also UN project. And hopefully in Paris, will be the main issue that will be discussed next March. So altogether, we need to be on the same page within the same level of knowledge and aware of the active goals and objectives for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's really wonderful to be here, and I think this is such an important topic, and it's an honor to be among so many colleagues who are working on this issue. And it really couldn't come at a more urgent time because we have completed a series of country climate development reports, and one of the things that across the MENA region, and one of the things that we highlight in each of our analytics is the impact that heating is having, especially in such an urbanized region as MENA. If you take Egypt, for example, there are about 14 of the largest cities are over 40 degrees hot all year round, right? If you look at Jordan, actually, only 20% of the population actually has access to cooling. So we are seeing the heat levels are rising, and then the demand is also growing. So I think what's really important is also, in general, when we're looking at this issue, not to only focus on the technologies of cooling, but to also look at how our cities are planned. How are we kind of bringing nature-based solutions to kind of bring down the temperature? Now, what kind of housing are we building? What is the technology that is being used for the construction in terms of design, in terms of how buildings are oriented? What kind of regulations do we have in place so that you don't need to use the technologies, but you actually use or minimize their use. Not using them is probably not an option anymore. So I think those are the kinds of things that we still need to reflect on. And then, like you mentioned, how do we incentivize the private sector to come up with innovative, these are private solutions, like housing is a private solution. So how do we create incentives for new ideas to emerge? And then, the role of the public sector, of course, is to develop regulations, and how might we, learn from what has worked successfully, from one country to the other. So those are the kinds of things that we're working on. I mean, I can talk about finance, but I think, are you going to ask a bunch of questions? Yeah, I mean, in terms of the World Bank, we've actually now made it mandatory that all of our funding has to have climate co-benefit. So we have increased that requirement from about 38% to now, as of now, about 45%. And of all of our investments actually have to be Paris aligned, so that is going to definitely contribute to the cooling agenda. And then we're also experimenting with new kinds of financing tools. So we're working with countries to develop, say, green bonds that will help to contribute to climate outcomes. So Jordan is actually one of the countries where we've done quite a lot of work to help the government develop its green bonds. In Morocco also, we've got quite a bit of work there on developing green bonds. And then we're also now working with our multilateral, with MIGA, our multilateral investment guarantee, to develop in countries that will find it difficult to access funds on the international markets, is like, how can you bring in guarantees, again, to encourage the private sector to invest. And then we're also experimenting with new ideas like endowments, especially like in MENA. It's there's a culture of giving, endow like to the Waqf system, etc. And so how do you kind of bring that kind of traditional knowledge, but use endowments for nature-based solutions and investments. So there's different kinds of financing instruments that we're experimenting with to complement our traditional lending instruments.
Very good. But basically we need also green grants, not just green bonds.
Thank you very much for being here. I think that my colleague didn't leave me anything, so I will generate something from my mind. I always say that helping hand is someone who understands. This is the priority in my mind always, that you need to understand, then you will act. So let me ask a general question here. Do all of you know what is MENA region? What is that terminology of MENA? Raise your hand if you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I will ask you to clarify it. Don't raise your hand. Huh? I am an instructor before. So MENA is Middle East North Africa. Second question, how many countries is that in MENA? If you know, raise your hand. And you will have to name them one by one. So they are almost 20 countries, starting from Afghanistan until the Senegal provisions. This is where you have to understand the climatic zone of these and also the economic, social impact for these countries. If you don't understand the economic, social impact of these countries, you will never understand how to solve their issues, because you cannot compare a country to another country. It's a different modality. So when we talk about MENA and the cooling, I will not talk about air conditioning. I'm talking about the refrigeration sector. This is a food preservation for us. We, as a GCC countries, we import totally 95% of our agriculture and food from outside. We don't have the leverage of fresh waters and like this to have planted these ones. So it's starting from the ship until my house, all that road is cooled. Storage in the airport, transportations, storage again for the customers until my house. It's a refrigeration systems. This is how much we consume of this refrigeration sector. You have to understand this is a necessity for our country. It's not a luxurious way of living. We are the colony of food. You are in Dubai, how many restaurants? You will forget whatever you are eating. Second day there is a lot of choice. These restaurants use refrigerator, use a lot of these things. So lifestyle is also affecting our consumption to such kind of sectors and region. How we will solve it is also to understand. All of you, I think, if you didn't take a try after this session to go and try the ice creams in that cabinet there. All of you touch it, sit next to it. You are sitting here, you are very safe. Already, it's working on hydrocarbon, which a lot of countries say, no, be careful, this is dangerous. Flammability, why you are sitting here if it's flammable? Why you are so confident sitting in next to an equipment having this one? Because you didn't know. Sometime, not understanding, people fear and increase it in the social media will keep you more calm. We are sitting next to it. But we have to decide how to use it and how to keep it safe in that also manner. So understanding the situation is the right solutions. So for the MENA region, in the refrigeration sectors, we are safe. Why? Because the technology transfer by itself, the technology is there, the adoption is there, it's market decision without interfering of the government decisions. If you go to my country today, 90% of all refrigerator freezer are 600A, without any engagement of ozone office, without anything. Because the innovator of these technologies outboard are sending this equipment, and this is their selection of choice. So I don't have other choices to go for a worst scenarios or like this. So whenever the technology is there, the absorption and adoption of this technology is easy. The second element within this refrigeration to be understand that one is affecting my economy. Yes, we are oil countries, whatever, but we are consuming electricity. 70% of electricity generation in Kuwait is used in the refrigeration and air conditioning sectors. So if we save energy while we are adopting the new technologies, then the economic cycle of the country will be increased. The people of the country have more leverage, and then we will have more proactive to go for more energy efficient technologies rather than thinking. So the public awareness and the understanding between among the end user, the government, the industry, the provider is the helping hand. Helping hand is someone who understands rather than someone who want to approve to you, you are wrong or I am wrong. It's not the issue. We have to understand each other. We have to meet in between, because I always say the Montreal Protocol, we are success for one thing. We never compete, we only complete. So this is the way that we look to this and how the COOLOP can assist us. And thank you very much.
Thank all of you for your insights about this sector. And I feel a feeling about you know, the importance and about this transition, but also about this sector, why this sector matters in this region, and also for climate change. And we know that you know, a few years ago, the IEA had a report. They said that globally, by 2050, that might be the demand of the cooling might be triples. So that need a lot of investment on the energy system and give a lot of pressure to the energy grid. But this is necessary, you know, whatever, you know, we need that. We cannot undermine its role of cooling for our society. And particularly for this region, we feel that it's a sensitive issue because it's kind of more, you know, this cooling is more sensitive, more important than other regions regarding to the people's life every day. And, you know, I think you mentioned about the food security issue. You mentioned about the temperature, you know, the extreme temperature, particularly vulnerable to the climate change. So this give a lot of challenge to us in how we can facilitate this transition in a way that, you know, we need to ensure the food security, cold chain, development of the cooling sector to meet the demand, but also decarbonize this sector, using those technology really feasible to this region. It's not an easy way to do so, but I feel that some kind of progress already, you know, appear in the past few years. Particularly, I think in the cold chain, maybe I'm a little bit more pessimistic about the technology in cold chain, using the natural refrigerant, you know, some cascade, some CO2 cascade with ammonia. And district cooling also maybe could be an option. I'm not saying for all of the residential area, but could be an option in some of the commercial cooling, space cooling applications. But obviously there need a lot of investment. You know, this will not happen automatically. There needs some kind of, you know, program, policy, incentive, you know, many partners to work together. Then we can deliver the solution. So the IEA this year, I think they have a new report, and they said that renewable energy plus energy efficiency plus EV, electric you know, vehicles, and plus a heat pump, still the technology in this sector would be, you know, could provide 80% of the reduction about greenhouse gas to be needed by end of the 2030. This is something I think I was so, how to say, excited, you know, this cooling sector, because many energy efficiency, heat pump, EV are relevant to this sector, to the technology provider. So this is something we really need to think about, how we can advance this sector to meet those climate targets. Also, it's important for all of us, right? And one question I want to ask all of you, I think you mentioned about collaboration between the public and private, but I feel that some main challenge is end-user sector. How can we mobilize the end-user sector, like buildings, hotels, commercial, you know, buildings and supermarket, whatever, you know, they can uptake those environment-friendly, energy-efficient technology. And if there is kind of difficulties like upfront investment, so how can we support them? How can we provide enabling conditions and also incentive and support, finance support for them to be able to, you know, adopt that? So this is maybe a key question for us to answer, and our CoolLab trying to achieve, but still we're facing a lot of challenges at this moment. I want to hear your views about that, you know, where you want to start, you know, for your rich country, and what's your thinking about it, and whether there will be the regional approach. And World Bank, I know you did a lot about the country program, but is that possible for World Bank to support the regional program? So just exchange the ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shofan. I think as a GCC, let me talk about GCC. We started from 2017 to work as a regional, some countries of the GCC to adopt a MIPS in that time. And recently we have a new updates for that one. It's still not adapted yet, but this time it's come with all GCC countries with the new thoughts, new updates as we work on something seasonal temperatures. Also, we take in mind the point of controlling the equipments, like always before the manufacturer can control or adjust or design the ACs based on any temperature. Maybe the minimum temperature reached to 16 or 17 degrees Celsius. Now there's a minimum for that, like 20 degrees Celsius. This is kind of cooperation between the region countries here to work on that. But to push and encouraging the sectors, let us say, to have a better serving for the energy, I think this is case by case. I would like here to talk as an example about Bahrain model. Bahrain model, he tried from the last 5 years to create something indirectly will save the energy by enhancing, as an example, the practice of the people, the technicians, the people who work in the cooling sectors, certify them, licensing them, try to enhance the maintenance in the equipments, which is to less as much as we can the emissions come from the large equipments like chillers and like that, by recovering the refrigerant and reclaim it. and many elements in this model actually that we found after 5 or 6 years of experience. It makes sense for the different stakeholders in the region. But honestly, I'm one of the people that would like for future, if we're going to work on energy efficiency, we have to work, as my colleague mentioned, in a group countries, not one country, not case by case. We have to work in cooperated together. This is my point only.
Shukran. Actually, I would like, it's important to have the financial mechanism, absolutely. We need to design the right mechanisms in order to ensure that we are achieving. And again here, financing from, let's say, banks or commercial banks, but that alone will not help, because banks still banks. And you are eligible or not eligible, and financing according to their conditioning. Sometimes for the big buildings is not efficient will, because the payback period for it's very long, and so they can't find the finance. So financing here is very important, tricky, and you have to do to make it on different level. For example, we need to target the residential sector. It's very important. With residential, actually, we have now in Jordan, for example, let's give you an example. We are proposing now like home appliances program. One of the main is the ACs units. In order to exchange it with a very high quality, updated technology, inverter, saving energy units. This is important. A second to add, if you don't, that's not enough number to add also. But also with kind of subsidy from JREEF, which is Jordan Renewable Energy and the Energy Efficiency Fund, which is a governmental entity. So with this mechanism, you will encourage all the homes to exchange, you know, the units with the saving units. This is one. Second, you need to target the hotels for tourism sector, for example, and industrial sector. We do now. We are applying now for this, and we have two programs. We have one for the industrial sector, and we are giving, you know, covering even interest rate, and as well as we are covering the guarantees as a grant, and providing all the technical assistance to the industrial facility, and giving them a grant, I mean a loan up to $500,000 to implement the energy audit that we designed as a grant as well. With this way, you are taking the facility from A to C under implementation and helping them technically, and after that you measure the impact on their process. This is one of the program. This is for industrial, and we have another one for tourism sector as well. I gave you those examples, and it could be applied for different countries at the same time. However, financial instruments here is very important. We need to interfere with the right thing. This is why I ask my colleague from the World Bank when she says about the green bonds. I told him we need green grants as well for the countries and move to forward. You know, with this. This is very important issue, very important to step forward. I'm glad the global ABC now, one of the main chapters is cooling and heating. And we need to emphasize with this nation. In the next COP in Paris, we need to focus on this. We need in this next conference, I mean, in Paris in March, we need to focus on this, because this is the main chapter that we are relying in saving energy and enhancing our buildings mainly, and in different, all the building. Retrofitting, I can't talk about cooling and heating without ensuring that our building is in terms of the energy conservative, and it's designed well, and it's keeping the temperatures inside, the windows, everything, insulations. We need to take care of this, and it can't be actually just in one click. This is chapters. We need to work on this on different level. However, awareness here is important, plus the rules, regulations, and policies, and enforcing for these policies is very important. So yes, we need the green grants.
I'm going to be a little provocative and say that we know that across the world that the public sector is really the resources that the public sector has really does not match the demand. Okay, does not match the demand that exists out there to adapt to climate change. So we really do need to have kind of a whole of economy approach, and including households. How do we help households achieve their resilience to climate change? But I don't think it's by having more public money that we're going to be able to solve this. We really need to think about the contribution that households bring to this, the contribution that the private sector brings to this, and the government, both in terms of financing, but also in trying to help establish the rules of the game and create incentives to do this. For example, local governments can provide households with, say, tax incentives in order to adopt some of these cooling technologies. Or banks could also provide no interest loans, right, through various mechanisms to allow households to afford some of these payments, etc. So there's a lot of different instruments. But you asked about the technologies and the ability to share knowledge across countries, and is there a regional approach? I think we also have to really think what is like a non-hydrocarbon reliant cooling system, and how are these being created? How do we incentivize this? For example, we know the surface geothermal is a really climate-friendly alternative to the type of systems that we have now, right? And we know in some countries this actually works very well. And it works very well for heating, but it also now works very well for cooling. So why is that not being adopted, right? And so we have to retrofit buildings, and there are technologies that allow you to do that for a reasonable cost. So how do we help, governments, both national and local, have the framework to allow these new systems to be rolled out, right? I think that's a role that both the public and private sector could play.
So again, I will say behaviors. We as human, we are creature of habit. So the long survival species is not the strongest or the intelligent. It's the most adaptable to live. We have to adapt ourselves and our way of thoughts. Just if you imagine, in the COVID era at that time, people start saving food at home for month and month because of something happened. And that create a big jump in the cooling sectors in normal houses. In my house, it was one freezer, one refrigerators. It's normal because weekly I can buy food, I put it there, so I don't need big ones. In the COVID, I buy extra refrigerator and extra freezer just to keep food secure, because I don't know the lockdown, how long it will be. The question now, after the COVID goes, and hope it will not come back again, these equipment are there. It's running. This is one of the cultural behavior. In the other way of the air conditioning, we have houses in the morning. In my country, we start at 7 o'clock to the work. So from 7 to 2 o'clock, the houses is totally empty, but the air condition is working totally there. So this is a peak that I can shave it if I just have in my iPhone a remote with the sensors to the thermostat and reduce it to 27. And when I go back to my home, I increase it to 23 to 22. I'm saving 6 hours from 24 hours days, mean 25, without touching any technologies, without engaging in any thoughts of any issues. It's just a behavior issues. The other thing that we teach our engineers and young students in university, and this is what I told them, why we have a refrigerator in our home big? If the supermarket is very close and I can buy daily things that I needed, should that not save the demand and the consumer ability of me? The supermarket's 2 doors. I will grab my dinner, I will grab my lunch for one day, keep it there. So I need smaller refrigerator in my home, and I will adapt my behavior to do that. But we are of habit of creature when we are building our homes. It have to be each room have a smaller refrigerator for water, for these things, for chocolate, and now we have special refrigerator design. I think we will reach to a people, so ladies can have a love, that now they have a refrigerator for makeups, so your makeup will never be destroyed, so you can keep it for a life. So this is the thing that we have. The second thing on the financial mechanism. Financial mechanism is just to put you on the track. It's not something sustainable that people will give you money on a daily basis to convert. So when they put you the track, are you ready to complete the lines? So what I mean that fund sometimes is it's not only the solutions, because just things, how much we invest money on the cancer, finding cure, we didn't find it. We have billions of dollars there, but we didn't reach. So we have to think wisely that if the technology in some sectors is not there, we think that that technology or that sector or that equipment, we have to change our behavior to less demand on that sector and that issue. So I think there is other thing. One of the major issues of private sector issue, that the implementing agency of Montreal Protocol, all of them, I will not mention UNEP, UNDP, UNIDO, World Bank, implementing other agencies, whatever. They are doing a great job for the country's needs, and they cumulatively give you the model of fund that it's already necessity for you, without exaggerating and without lowering your estimates. So they are like the consultant for you if you want to approach a financial mechanism. Depend on them, but put your thoughts, put your country initiative there, and give them the chance to design it for you. So this is why Montreal Protocol are success, because the implementing agency is doing that. And we have the expert, we have the report of the expert. We have to open this report, read it, and also to understand it so we can achieve better elevation in our understanding. I think, again, the public awareness and the public behavior have to be changed before we engage deeply in the technology itself. We have a technology, but we still have big ability to unhunger for consuming. We have to start engaging in this behavioral issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our panelists to share their insight from different aspects, from finance part, from models, and from regional aspect, but also from behaviors. We feel that if we want to make this transition successful, we need to bring the stakeholders together. It's not something that the Montreal Protocol can resolve by themselves. It's not something Jeff can resolve by themselves. It's also not just about the fund. It's about approach. So everybody recognize the solutions, recognize the need to take action, how to take action, and how to mobilize people, but also provide some kind of incentive from public. I think we need a very smart transition, right? And everybody can contribute their great ideas to going forward. But still a lot of things we need to explore in the future. It's no one size fits all, and countries are different. Technology will be different in different countries. We need to recognize the needs from different countries. So I thank you very much. But let's give the opportunity to our audience. If there is any immediate question, maybe you want to ask the panelists, please raise your hand.
We are boring.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, they didn't understand.
No, I think regarding the behavior change, yeah, good on that. I think we are confident, yes. Thank you very much. Let's close our event. Thank again for your attendance and thank again for our panelists join us. Bye.
Can we have a group picture if fine? Yes. Yes. Sorry, can we also have a group picture? Apologize. Yes, group picture, please. Yes, Neshan, please. And, yes, I can take it. That's right. Go.
We will beat them. Okay, good to go. Good afternoon, and welcome to the joint side event by CoolUp and United for Efficiency. My name is Ceren Özkan, and I'm the CoolUp Project Associate at UNDP, Turkey. Before we delve into the discussion, I will take a moment to introduce the CoolUp program and its remarkable initiatives. CoolUp is a program founded by IKI, International Climate Initiative, by the German government. And it started in 2020, and it will continue until 2027. The program is implemented by a consortium led by Guidehouse in collaboration with 10 partners from international, regional, and country-based organizations. CoolUp aims to accelerate the technology change and foster the early implementation of the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol and also the Paris Agreement in Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, and Lebanon. Why these 4 countries? Because these 4 countries face common challenges, including rapidly growing energy and cooling demand, refrigeration needs, and the structural energy sector concerns. Through the tailor-made solutions, knowledge exchange, and the promotion of sustainable cooling practices and natural refrigerants, CoolUp works closely with partner countries to address mainly these challenges. Our program encompasses several work streams, which actively contribute to bridging global efforts for climate mitigation and adaptation. And CoolUp made significant impact, including supporting the development of national cooling action plans and other policy frameworks in its partner countries. Additionally, CoolUp facilitates trainings on sustainable cooling solutions and natural refrigerants for installers, technicians, increasing awareness and practical implementation. CoolUp also focuses on supporting financial institutes in strengthening existing financial models or developing new ones that can support the cooling market and improve access to finance for sustainable cooling technologies. Now, let us turn attention to today's agenda and esteemed panel we have here with us. We have gathered thought leaders and expert organizations who will shed light on crucial topics related to cooling industry. First, we will hear from my colleague Aslam Mahdi, Managing Consultant and CoolUp Country Manager for Egypt, who will provide valuable insights about the current regulatory and financing mechanisms in CoolUp partner countries. We have Nihar Shah, Presidential Director of the Global Cooling Efficiency Program at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. He will discuss UNEP, United for Efficiency's model regulation guidelines, shedding light on their efforts in this area. We also have the honor of welcoming Babakar Jallo, Deputy Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change in the Gambia, who will share his country's experience with the development and implementation of minimum energy performance standards. We will then have Okon Ekpenyong, Director of Linkages, Research and Consultancy at the Energy Commissions of Nigeria, who will enlighten us on Nigeria's efforts in MEP implementation. Following these informative presentations, we will have Jonathan Neyman, Managing Partner at Sustana Cooling Partners, who will discuss private financing for sustainable cooling, highlighting alternative approaches and financing methods. After the panelists' presentations, we will move on to audience Q&A session. We encourage your active participation, where you will have the chance to engage with our esteemed panelists and also contribute to our discussion. Aslam, I would like to give the floor to you.
Thank you, Jaran. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much all for making it until now and join our presentation. Yeah, I love the topic of cooling, and I've been just telling Jonathan that I'm not from Cairo. I'm from 1 second. Hello, it's better now. Oh. So I'm not from Cairo. I'm from like a town or a village, like far away. So I had to, during my study time, to stay in the students' hostel of Cairo University. Yeah. There was no air conditioning, of course, over there, because you used to pay like 30 pounds per month, which was a good deal. Anyway, but there is no air conditioning. During the summer, it was very hot that we cannot able to study. But there were like a few hundred meters away from the students' hostel, there were a hospital that is air conditioned. So I used to have 2 trips during the summer times to the hospital with my books to study, working for a couple of hours and be back with a friend. So it was because it has an impact on not only on my health, or also on focus, also on my study itself. Yeah, so I'm really thankful for that emergency room at that hospital that allowed me to study better during the summer. So speaking of about the Cool-Up project, I have only 7 minutes, so I will very briefly touch upon 2 outputs that I work on and support in the project. One about the policy, and the second one about the finance. There is much more work that we have done beyond those slides, so I will try to be quick, as I'm already doing, just giving you a glimpse of what we have done and what is the status in the 4 countries of the project. So in the policy part, we have been looking into the policy instruments into key 4 categories, starting from their legal competency or strength. One may start from the international protocols, commitment, yeah, thank you, like Montreal Protocol, Kigali Amendment, Paris, and so on, national plans, strategies, then laws and bylaws, regulations, and then the standards and codes. So we have this, it's available in the website of the project, this interesting and a summary of it, like just a quick highlight, and our recommendation that we have developed and worked on with the stakeholders in the countries, including, like, for example, National Zone Unit, Ministry of Environments, and different stakeholders also. So, for example, in Turkey has ratified Kigali Amendment, as all other countries we have in the project, yeah. For the minimum energy performance standards, Turkey has somehow advanced trying to align their EU standards with the EU, and also an updated F-gas regulations being implemented, yeah. And then we have ended up in that our analysis with some regulatory recommendations about mainly to support the National Cooling Action Plan, which is going on, and work also with the standardized organization on the safety standards for technology using the natural refrigerants, because it's too flammable, yeah. And in Egypt is the last country of our 4 countries to join or ratify Kigali Amendment that has been ratified. They have some national strategies that touch upon the cooling, but not really in details. But minimum energy performance standards are there. There are some issues around the enforcement. And therefore, we concluded some recommendations, including that we provide guidelines with the National Cooling Action Plan, and we already will kick off the preparation of the National Cooling Action Plan in Egypt with the Ministry of Environment in next January or February, inshallah. We also try working with the minimum energy performance standards, supporting the preparation of the national F-gas regulations, yeah. In Lebanon also ratified Kigali Amendment. They are expecting a new energy conservation law that somehow try to push the energy efficiency in the country, and they have a national cooling plan under implementation. So we would support here in the minimum energy performance standards and also with the national certification schemes for rack technicians, yeah. And it's not also more or less the same in Jordan, but what we have noticed is that the cooling is somehow is not being directly mentioned in most of the national strategies. It just it comes always as a byproduct of something there already, or a side activity or something, yeah. But we try in Jordan, for example, to include, and we have already done that with them, to include some cooling activities in the national strategy, such as the NEAP, the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan. And one of the also cross-cutting, or was available in the 4 countries, that to work in the part of the certifications for technicians, because there's always this issue of the safety of the natural refrigerant air conditioning based system or refrigeration. So that need of capacity building for technicians to work and sustainable cooling technology is in the 4 countries. I think I've finished my 7 minutes, but we'll take 1-2 minutes to speak about the finance. Sorry, thank you very much. So for the finance landscape, we have looked into what's available in the international finance and also about the national finance. Just quick highlights. There is variety. While there is a variety of international donors, there is still a limited fund available for the MENA region, only like 3% of the global. And there is very limited funding directly available for the sustainable cooling, and therefore there is much more needed to be work from the financial institutions, the international one. At the national level, there is yet a growing domestic fund for the climate finance in general. The country is somehow regulating that. But again, there's no also directly clear financial products for the cooling systems or the. And as you have just said, Jonathan, it's a stepchild. The cooling is a stepchild of many other sectors. Or orphan, that's a bit harsh, but yeah, I understand. Yeah, or orphan, yeah. Yeah, I understand. So it's a bit, because also when you try to design sustainable cooling or green financial product for sustainable cooling, you still also have to go across different end users, manufacturer, and then also pilot projects for the bit mature technologies, and then to go to for the end users of residential, commercial. So what we are trying to do is that we have already mapped a lot of what's available in the country when it comes to climate finance in those countries, and we'll try to work with them over the coming few years remaining in the program to design green financial products for the sustainable cooling technologies based on the natural refrigerant. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, that's it. Good.
Thank you very much, Islam, for this comprehensive presentation and fast. Now I'd like to have Dr. Nihar Shah to please do the presentation for your work on model regulations. Thank you.
So let's see. So just a brief introduction to Lawrence Berkeley Lab. We're one of 17 U.S. Department of Energy national labs. We're managed by the University of California for the U.S. DOE. We're dedicated to solving some of the most pressing scientific problems facing humanity, and we have a large portfolio. 16 Nobel Prizes, 17 just recently. One of my colleagues, Ashok Gadgil, got the National Medal of Science and Technology and Innovation, so 17 national medals. Is that better? Is that better? Okay. And then we have 2 decades of work internationally on clean energy and climate policy, lots of different work on appliances, industry, buildings, etc. Significant focus on energy efficiency. This came about because of scientists at Lawrence Berkeley Lab that called Art Rosenfeld, who was concerned with the 1970s oil crisis. And so since then, Berkeley Lab, he established the California appliance standards and then also standards in the US. And since then, LBNL has consistently supported the DOE on energy efficiency standards and then other programs as well for the Department of Energy. Also, Energy Star's the EPA's Energy Star program. And then we also provided technical support for the Kigali Amendment and related negotiations in the Montreal Protocol, the recent replenishment being one of them. And then also, as mentioned, we authored the U4E model regulations, particularly on cooling equipment. So I'll talk a little bit about that. Separately, we also provide technical support for market transformation programs for cooling equipment in many different countries around the world. So, I go in the wrong direction. So cooling demand, I think everyone's aware, is a huge issue. This chart on the right shows you what happened in China, urban China, in the, I guess, in the 90s to about the mid-2010. And essentially, the air conditioner ownership rate went from 5% to over 100%, which means everyone in urban China owns more than one air conditioner. Households own 2 or 3 air conditioners in urban China. The chart on the right shows you the size of the bubble indicates the population, and the y-axis indicates the number of cooling degree days. So if you look at the countries represented, you see essentially that, first of all, India has 3 times the number of cooling degree days, but many other countries in comparison to China. So if you think that a person in urban China now owns more than one air conditioner, and now in India and many other countries in the global south, you have folks that don't yet have that kind of cooling equipment, but are going to buy those in the future. So this really shows you that the IEA's projection for 3.3 billion air conditioners is realistic if we continue to kind of have the development that we've seen historically. And so that's part of the reason that we need to work on this. So this is a 2018 IEA projection. Maybe there's more recent ones, but this one shows you that the brown line shows you the business as usual, and the blue line shows you the efficient cooling scenario, which assumes about 45% energy savings, 45% efficiency improvement from the brown line. And even that shows you that the cooling demand is going to increase so much that the electricity consumption is going to be 1.5 times current level in 2050, which means that we actually need a drastic reduction in energy demand, even from that 45% energy efficiency scenario. So we need to do everything we can to bend that curve even further down. So some of the role that we play, of course, we play a role in working with the U4 initiative on model regulations. I think the color hasn't quite come out the way we were thinking. But anyway, so I think there's been an issue with the formatting. So some of the data is slightly off, but essentially what you see here is that this shows you the status of MEPS implementation across the world. And many countries have mandatory minimum standards. Some countries have voluntary standards. Some countries it's in progress, and some countries we still don't have data, but we think that either they don't have regulatory capacity or for other reasons data isn't available. But this goes to show, and if you look at this across different cooling appliances, similar story. For refrigerators, for commercial refrigeration equipment, again, you'll see a patchwork of different requirements, some places mandatory, some places voluntary, some places in progress and improving. And even where there are minimum standards, sometimes they're not keeping up with the pace of innovation in the market. Sometimes they're weak, and sometimes they're weakly enforced. So for example, one might look at China, for example, which recently updated their minimum standards. But they're still exporting, I would say, air conditioners that are below their minimum standard. So there's other issues that even if a country has minimum standards, has good minimum standards, there still needs to be more work done to ensure that we actually have the best cooling equipment that's deployed, again, to bend that curve down that I showed earlier. So that's where the model regulation guidelines come in. They're essentially plug and play. We've done 3 as of 2021, and then we've published 2 more as of this year. And you can use that QR code to download the most recent ones being off-grid fridges and ceiling fans. So essentially what these guidelines do is if a country doesn't have a minimum standard or is trying to improve its minimum standard and wants to look around and see what else is there, there's usually, we publish 2 documents. So each of these, there's the standard itself or the model regulation guideline itself, which is a plug and play kind of template standard. And then associated with it, there's also what's called a supporting information document, which will allow you to compare between countries, compare test procedures. There'll be some analysis of potentially costs, some of the supply chain, test procedures, etc. So all of that discussion will go into the supporting information document. And essentially what it does is it allows a country to look at these documents and then to adopt or adapt them for a particular context, and then decide what their minimum standard level should be. You can also, each of them also has, usually we design 3 levels, a low, medium, and high. And what that means is you can use those levels to also design incentive programs, procurement programs, or labeling programs. You could potentially have a A through E or 1 star through 5 star. And so you can use those documents also to design various types of programs, including incentive programs and financing. And that's been done as well. So I'll skip over, I think, you just see if I, yeah, so I already covered this. One other piece that I didn't cover is that for the model regulation guidelines that actually have refrigerants, for the equipment that has refrigerants, there's also a low GWP requirement that we use and that we define that's in line with the Kigali Amendment and the Montreal Protocol recent adoption. Also other examples, there's global examples of different programs that have used the model regulation guidelines in one format or another. There's national projects, many different countries, and then also regional projects, most recently in ASEAN, Southern and Eastern Africa. I won't belabor the whole, all of the list, but it's a very long list and growing. And many different countries are looking at these closely and thinking that there's at least something useful in the information that we provided, and then adapting them again for their own particular uses. Oh, and I should mention, of course, we were funded for this by the UK Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, and the Clean Cooling Collaborative, which in the previous incarnation was called the Kigali Cooling Efficiency Program. So that logo showed up here, but there's another new logo that you should look at. So what do these guidelines consist of? Typically, they consist of what's called a scope and product category. So we try and map to the most common product categories that that appliance consists of. So here you see the ones for refrigerating appliances, air conditioners, and commercial refrigeration equipment. Then we try and align also with the international test methods. So typically there's an ISO or IEC test method that is typically adopted by many different countries and then again adapted for their particular circumstance. We also look at what large markets are doing around the world and which countries have best practices or have recently updated their standards. So the minimum standards take into account the best available technologies. And then we also try and, again, make sure that our efficiency metrics and our test procedures are matching, again, with the international standards. And then, as I mentioned, we have refrigerant requirements as well. So it's a pretty comprehensive way to look at how to set minimum standards. The one thing that isn't fully covered, I think it's partly covered in the supporting information documents, is cost information, which, of course, I think varies by country. And it's difficult to get one precise estimate that's global. And so, and again, also the cost-benefit analysis, I think one has to adapt for particular countries. So I think that piece of information, we've done some of it in the supporting information documents, but in order to really set a minimum standard for a particular country, trying to understand what's cost-effective for a consumer and what's cost-effective for a manufacturer to set the minimum standard, that's something that needs to be done in addition to the information that we provided. Just one quick plug. So we worked with China to set their minimum standard in 2020. And here you see the impact of that. So in the first quarter of 2020, essentially about 23% of their market had inverter air conditioners. By the end of 2021, almost 100% of the market went to inverter air conditioners. And the top level of the label was 56% of the market. So that happened in 1 year. And now, of course, China is the biggest market in the world. So this impact, of course, also happened partly because of the work that we did with the U40 model regulation guidelines. So that just goes to show you the impact that is possible when we're able to really move the market. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shah, for this valuable information and interesting statistics. Now, I'd like to turn to Mr. Babakar Jallo with a question. Would like to learn what are the challenges faced by the Gambia's energy sector? What policies does the government of Gambia currently have in place to address the issue of cooling, especially as it pertains to energy-efficient cooling appliances? What is Gambia's future plans for the cooling sector?
So first of all, good evening, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to share what we're doing in the Gambia.
First of all, to start with the challenges, to give you an idea of what, in Gambia, currently our power generation is completely dependent on fossil fuels. Of course, we have a energy master plan that by 2040 is trying to have 50% renewable, but this is work in progress. We have about 56% access to energy, which is low, but with the initiatives we have currently, we are thinking that in the next 10 to 15 years, we should be beyond that. Also, we have the highest electricity tariff in West Africa, which is not also favorable, and that also limits who can access and how much access they have. In terms of efficiency, efficient appliances, we've experienced a lot of second-hand importation, as he mentioned the case in China previously. And this is because we don't have a national framework that deals with MEPs. Fortunately, at the West African level, at ECOWAS level, there are two MEPs. One looking at, this was in 2017, one of them looks at refrigerants, and the second one also looks at ACs. This has been adopted at the national level, but again, the enforcement is not so strong, which is always the problem. Luckily, we've been supported by the GCF and UNEP to the United for Efficiency program. We're currently working on developing an integrated policies and strategic legal framework for energy efficiency, starting with refrigerants and ACs. Also looking towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which makes it relevant to the reason why we're all here today. The project has been looking to develop a national cooling action plan. We're going to do a robust market assessment and develop a policy framework for MEPs as well as a labeling scheme. We're looking to achieve longer-term catalytic broader market transformation, as well as expanding on the ECOWAS MEPs with higher levels, higher standards, aligned with global best practices, as I think one of our previous colleagues mentioned. What have we done so far under the project? We've had training of policymakers to make them aware of exactly what we're trying to do, what are the standards, why do we need to do this, and what are the benefits. We've also created a policy working group that is under the Ministry of Energy, of course, and we have, oh, it's cool now. Yeah, and this policy working group is meant to guide the formulation of all the policies, the strategic action plans as well. As I speak, we've just almost completed our market assessment, because in the end you need to have a baseline. You showed a lot of data, and that can only come through research. So we've just completed our market assessment, and the data is being analyzed, and we're looking forward to receiving it so that then now we know what we need to do. Some of the key stakeholders we're working with, of course, the Ministry of Energy is in charge of the project, but we also have the Gambia Standards Bureau, as well as the Ministry of Environment, who are interested in the emissions reductions as well. So thank you very much. That's what I had to share with you today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jallo, to provide us with a detailed answer to our question. Now I'd like to turn to Mr. Oka. Welcome. We know that Nigeria is the largest market for cooling products in Africa and one of the fastest growing in the world. What policies does Nigeria have and is putting into place to ensure energy stability, especially as it pertains to energy efficient cooling appliances? What are Nigeria's future plans to foster market adoption of energy efficient cooling technologies?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me sincerely appreciate this opportunity given me to be here, and also for Energy Commission. For Nigeria, true, we are the largest economy in Africa, and then of course when you are talking of cooling, we also is the largest market. This has already been proven. The study that was conducted revealed that presently we have over 1 million cells of air conditioners in the country. And recent studies also revealed that in 2050, we are likely to have up to 10 million cells as a country. that when you are talking about the policy, the first policy that drives the cooling sector in the country actually is the national energy policy. It was based on that national energy policy that we now have the nationally determined contribution policy that has to do with energy efficiency. In that policy, it is clearly stated that Nigeria will have 2.5% reduction in energy intensity per year in all sectors of the economy, that including the cooling sector. And because of that, we then went further to also, currently we have the National Cooling Action Plan. That National Cooling Action Plan was actually supported by Kigali KESEP program. And along the line, fortunately for us, we also had a support from Cooling Collaborative in 2020 when there was a call for proposal from countries willing to indicate cooling. And then that was when Nigeria, fortunately, we were given support to do scaling up energy efficient and climate friendly cooling in our NDC. And with that support, the United for UAE, have been working with us in the country. Today we have in place, because before now Nigeria had actually had a minimum energy performance standard set, but the scaling up program had it as a target to review that standard because the standard was too low. If we are to go by that standard, we will remain a dumping ground because the standard was 2.8 using the energy efficiency ratio. But the cooling action plans suggest that we should migrate from the energy efficiency ratio to seasonal energy efficiency ratio, which is more accurate than the energy efficiency ratio. So this program, which I'm talking about, scaling up energy efficient program, supported us to be able to migrate and then review our minimum energy performance standard. Right now it's in progress. That is why when the doctor was presenting, he said in Nigeria it's in progress. And then apart from that, of course, we have also done, apart from the minimum energy performance standards, today, in fact, last 2 weeks, we had experts from Paris that was in Nigeria to conduct a training for our regulators and law enforcement on cooling, the Standard Organization of Nigeria and Customs, to train them on how they will be able to monitor, ensuring that the air conditioners coming to Nigeria meet the minimum energy performance standards. The entire training was to help them implement that standards. And also part of the program, because the whole concept is new, energy efficiency in general. So what the project is doing today is to develop a communication strategy, not just to develop a document, but also to implement it. We have experts also helping us, UAE, and also Nigerian experts working together in that area of communication strategy. So right now, based on that communication strategy, awareness is being created, flyers, radios, and everywhere. Government and others are very much aware of energy efficiency standards and then regulations. So for now, apart from that, even right now, because the issue of low global warming potential refrigerants is very, very important. In fact, a study that just conducted on a market assessment in the country revealed that almost more than 60% of our air conditioners are still using R22. R22, hydrochlorofluorocarbon refrigerants. So right now the project is moving to a more low global warming potential refrigerants. And also, of course, the one that's existing, what are we going to do? How do we manage the disposal of the low global warming potential refrigerants? So that is also in place now, working with our National Ozone Office. to see how to manage the ozone depleting substances in the country. So these are some of the measures that we are taking, and actually it is work in progress because the project is still ongoing, and as a country we are doing this because we are also signatory as every other country to the implementation of the Kigali Agreement and the Paris Agreement. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ekpenyong, for this valuable information. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Neymar for sharing with us his valuable insights about a different perspective that is yet important. It's financing solutions and alternatives for achieving the transition to sustainable cooling.
Hey everyone, can you hear me? Thanks for making it to this time of day. This is actually personally very interesting and full circle since I began my career in the environmental field, actually working on environmental benefits and cost analysis for implementing the Montreal Protocol in the United States as an advisor to the US EPA. And so it's interesting thinking about how you go from those regulations to actually building a market. So the first point that I'd like to make is that the innovation in cooling hasn't generally come from large companies. It's come from small companies. And the innovations need to be cost effective to scale up, and someone needs to invest in them. From a private sector perspective, there's a lot of attractive growth in the cooling markets. As you can see from this, and this is actually, in my view, probably understating the data center growth, which is happening on every continent in the world. It's really growing very fast, and there's medical need, there's data center need, there's industrial need, there's food need. And over half, while China's made a lot of progress, there probably are between 1 and 3 billion people that don't have adequate access to cooling and have reduced access to food and medicine and healthcare and education, as we were discussing earlier. And cooling really underpins all of those. And I've been involved in the early days of developing solar as a service in the US, and climate investors have really come to bat for renewables, and we've had well over 20,000% growth, and we've seen this worldwide with the introduction of equity tools, equity investment, not debt investments like the MDBs typically provide. And the point I'd like to make here, and these data are from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, is that there are literally, several trillions of dollars in energy transition and investments, but cooling doesn't even make the top 10. Cooling actually uses more kilowatt hours than solar and wind combined. So the challenge for the climate community, in my view, is to step up and begin investing into cooling solutions. So what's the rationale? The short rationale is managing heat's essential to virtually a majority of the SDGs. And our perspective is that the private sector isn't irrational. The reason that they're not investing in this now is they're perceiving the risks, and in particular the lack of ability to pay, as being substantial. It's not like the Federal Reserve of Nigeria doesn't have air conditioning. It's just who's going, what's the financial model for offering it? When solar was offered for cash in the United States, the market was less than a megawatt. The solar the third party, at the risk of sounding like a finance geek, the third party finance model that we developed for a renewable energy company that's since gone bankrupt, but it can be looked up, really worked. It really brought a ton of money in, and there's $500 billion today. So essentially you need the government, public policies to backstop the risk in order to attract private capital. And so this is a different approach that complements standards, because the fundamental insight here is you actually need to have investment in order to deliver the service. So I used to work for ABB in corporate technology, so we look for new technologies that increase energy efficiency. That's what we do. I no longer work there, but I'm still interested in this and have been involved in, and as luck would have it, have developed a database in conjunction with my partners that comprises some 300 cooling tech companies in over 80 countries in Africa, in the Middle East, in Asia, in Latin America, as well as Europe and the US. And the IFC, the private sector arm of the World Bank, has actually has a small grant program, also funded by the British, which has demonstrated a lot of these technologies. And so they do work, and there really is a possibility of improving energy efficiency. But the way energy efficiency improves in the real world from the private sector side is because people have to buy it. And for that to be there, there has to be a company to sell it. And these small companies have graduated from the prizes and the innovation fairs, and they need capital. And this is simply not attractive to West Coast US venture investors. It is simply too high risk. I lived in Seattle and California, and I've gone to many of my friends, and it is way too high risk for them. But there are a lot of nonprofit groups, governments around the world who care about climate change, who care about economic development, who care about grid resiliency, and who care about bending the greenhouse gas emission arc, which actually will depend on technology more than on pledges. And so we have a model of change that equity capital can actually move cooling investing from the billions, which is charitable. I think there's less than 200 million in independent venture, to the trillions, in order to actually produce enough innovation in cooling technology that we have a chance of bending the arc in terms of what people are actually buying. Debt instruments, I want to talk about debt instruments. That's well over 90% of the global finance that is talked about at these type of meetings. Debt is conservative. Debt has been conservative for longer than the US has been a country. Debt relies on older, proven technologies, projects that rely on the balance sheet of owners. That is the reason that new technologies are not pioneered with debt. Third-party finance is equity finance. It's different. Public debt instruments don't really scale. And finally, prizes and awards, they're great. I love it. They get students interested in it, but they really don't scale. So how can we weave together different types of capital that have legitimate aspirations for returns and different tolerances for risk? The key here is that they really have radically different risk tolerances. So I want to talk about at the very bottom of this chart, although they may be high in your minds, are donors. Philanthropic donors are actually giving their money away, and once it's spent, they don't get any additional benefit from it. It is spent, the project is done, they get a report. Right now, an example of that are the TA facilities funded by many countries. What this type of blended capital and impact investment model does is it allows these type of donors to step into the real world of project and investment finance and get a multiple on their investment. So if you'll see the next box here that I'm calling impact investors and philanthropies. This is not traditional philanthropy where you give money and you get a report. This is a philanthropy that provides the first loss cushion, that allows private sector investors to feel comfortable investing in Nigeria or Gambia. This is a new model for venture philanthropy that's very different from giving money to students at schools that the founders went to. This is consistent with what Allied is doing with Bezos, or at least that's what they could be doing if they were to invest in equity. The first loss tranche would be an interesting new type of security that we would have to work on cooperatively with the donors. The security would essentially provide pari passu upside to them, but would provide a first loss reserve should there be a contract failure in a country of interest. This is a global fund, so it's the whole world. DFIs and climate finance. I expect DFIs, if they, to show their concern about sustainable development, let's adjust this, to want to support sustainable cooling. I want them to support the actual investment into cooling innovators and cooling projects. This is a challenge because typically there is no department for cooling. There's departments that handle housing. There are departments that handle industry. There are departments that handle health. There are departments that handle communications and IT technology. They're all different. And so cooling there's no place I've ever found in the world where cooling has its own department. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, and in some ways it's an orphan, but it's an orphan upon which everyone relies. Nothing works. The World Bank would shut. I mean, I'm from Washington, D.C., so I'll just, it will shut down if the air conditioners stop working. This is actually more true in warmer countries. So the idea, so this is really important. I expect them to start with 100 million and to put a billion within, call it 18 months in. But this is a really important place where they should be putting money in and coming out with, let's just call it 10, 12, maybe 15% returns if we do a good job of picking cooling innovators. And by innovators, I don't just mean university people that build things that work nicely in labs. I'm talking about companies that are systems integrators that are developing new services that provide cooling services to the market at lower price points. I'll give you an example. A company that I've been talking with that's based in Nigeria now for, 8 months or 9 months or so. They've produced a tricycle which can deliver chilled beverages and meats and fish in settings to people that cannot afford big diesel trucks. And that will make a big difference, but they simply can't scale without capital. So the check size for them is too small for these big organizations. It's probably too small for Rockefeller Foundation. It's probably too small for Sequoia Foundation. But they can put money into an impact fund, and they can also take a piece of the first loss reserve. They can also allow a capped return, let's just say at 15%. They could do it at 10%. They have lots of investments that are making less than 10%. But the bottom line is they need to put money into this type of vehicle, and combined with a first loss, I believe that we will be able to bring in global, no benchmark, private sector investors. Many of these investors are keenly aware of the growth in the what's called emerging markets. Certainly in Europe, there is no shortage of European investors that have piled into metals companies operating in the continent of Africa and operating in Turkey. This is a known fact for people who work in capital markets. And is there any intrinsic reason why they couldn't invest in cooling? By investing in cooling, would we need new business models? Yeah, we will need new business models. The type of solar as a service model we develop may have to be adapted for cooling. That'll take a little bit of time. But the fact is there's a lot of money. Cooling is so valuable that people will pay for it. People will pay for it. And the key problem with what I'd call impractical things is that we're assuming that it's a free good and that people choose it based on the textual information. They choose it to have better lives and because they can afford it. So it's actually affordable cooling, which will make a difference in my view. So why am I optimistic? Well, this fund doesn't exist yet, first of all. This is a new application of the blended capital concept, which is itself new, to a field which has not got any money from the climate transition community to date. So why am I optimistic? Well, I'm very happy that the president for this COP has made some remarks on cooling. And I want to focus on the pieces of these remarks that are distinct from what you hear, at least in the American cooling context. And the first is that food and medicine rely on cooling. It's critical. Second, it is climate justice. Not providing affordable cooling, building regulations that prevent people from affording the ability to cool their house so that their kids can study at night. That is not good. And finally, in a warming world, sustainable cooling is really the key to reducing greenhouse gases and to grid stability. California is pretty rich. California had a red level, rolling grid blackout warning last summer when it was hot outside in the summer, in August. And it reliably gets hot every summer. Now, what did that mean? It meant we had to turn off our air conditioners. When I say we, I don't use them, but other people and businesses and had to do them so that food would not spoil and the world would not come to an end without a grid. So grid access, particularly renewable grid access for people who like renewable grids, it totally depends on having more efficient cooling as cooling loads go up. If you have lower energy demand for each ton of cooling, means success. You've all seen this chart, but we have an academic, he's not ours, he's Georgetown University's, who took a look at the SDGs and links and cooling. There's a paper on the website if you're interested in this. What stage of companies are we talking about? We're not talking about Train or Hire. Hire, by the way, is bigger than Train and all the European companies. So, the market, but the type of market growth from a financial perspective that you saw in China could happen in other large markets. Here's a look just at our technology breakdown for our pipeline. There's actually a lot of different technologies that are out there. Each of these technologies has their own issues, benefits, their different applications. It's not a one-size-fits-all. This is the silver bullet thing. But the point I'd like to make is that cooling technology deserves an independent blended capital fund. We have an experienced team of people who've been active in both the climate community, the carbon markets, renewable energy community, the development bank community, and Padu in particular authored a book about energy efficiency in India and has probably given more thought to the impact of cooling on grid stability in India than anyone else who I know anyway. So thank you very much for your time.
So yes, thank you very much, Mr. Neyman. It was very important to hear about your experiences and all these risks and facts. Before we tap into Q&A session, maybe we can make a couple of reflections. After hearing from all, I can say that collaboration and also building partnerships are paramount to achieving our goals, whether through national governments or financing institutions or other cooling institutions. Also, we can say that it is crucial that we engage in a broad range of stakeholders in this sustainable cooling transition, because sustainable cooling is has a very broad impact on health, food, and also medicine safety. Therefore, it is vital to bring together the right policy and also regulation tools, as well as multi-phased financing approach that includes public and definitely private funding. Any questions you would have to our esteemed panelists, or would you like to share any reflections? Yes, of course, yes.
I have one question about the model regulation. Is there any life cycle management aspect to the regulation?
So far, the approach we've taken is just to look at efficiency and look at the GWP of the level of the refrigerant. So far, we haven't included life cycle refrigerant management. I think that's something that we could include in future iterations, but so far we haven't done it. So thank you for the question.
Thank you for answering.
Okay, thank you. I just want to begin by thanking our panelists for a well-informed presentation. I come from the Gambia, and if you recall during our presentation by Abubakar, the support from the GCF in relation to the cooling will support the Gambia in preparing the regulatory framework that will support the process of implementation. But the next step is how do we enforce? Having set of formulated the regulations. We know Gambia is a developing country, and making the people to do away with their old TVs or air conditioners and refrigerators will be a challenge. And we would definitely need to work together to see how we are able to implement this project. The other aspect has to do with, yes, we will set the standards, but how do you also ensure that there is compliance to those standards once these refrigerators and air conditioners are imported into this country? That will warrant us to get the necessary labs with the right authority to ensure that we are able to do the testing to confirm that they meet up to standards before they are allowed into these countries. All these two areas will definitely need support, and that will really make Santana a good partner with the government of the Gambia. And the question is, how do we, as a country, access this support from Santana? Thank you.
Mr. Neyman is sitting at the back.
So, just, first one general comment, and then, I'm happy to talk afterwards. But the general comment is, if a technology is truly better, it will actually be cheaper. It will provide the same number of tons of cooling with lower energy inputs and less money. That's how you'll know it's really a better technology, not because it won an award. And those technologies that do that actually win market share. And one of the things that's interesting, as someone who used to do market research, is its sales are now higher than all these old European companies that have been around for, in some cases, 100 years. And it's not rocket science. Their equipment actually works. It has the same GWP, and it's cheaper. And so that's part of technology. And I feel like people who ignore cost, are not good economists at the very least. But anyway, apart from that, now, I would love to work together. My sense is that there are many donors and development banks that have programs, and we would, we'd have to sit down at a table with a whiteboard and try to scribble together some ideas about who would provide what financiers call the junior tranche, but that level of risk-tolerant capital that's willing to take some risk, because I don't think that without that, I don't think private capital will come. And so I see it as the government would have to provide some type of assurances and one of the development banks, I don't know if there's anyone here who can speak to that, would would ideally step up. And if not a development bank, then maybe one of the foundations that has been funding KSEP would be interested in stepping up and building a model program.
Thank you very much for all of the panelists. Some of them are my old friend. Just ask a question to you. It's good for you to have a map of the maps, but I think if you can also have the map about the building code, may make sense, because I don't believe that only the maps works, if without the building code. That's something really many developing countries don't have. So what are your views about that? Can you do another map together with building code map and the maps?
So I think the global cooling stocktake had some mapping of that, and that I think is going to be launched tomorrow. So I encourage you to attend that session at the Al-Taha room or Al-Waha room, I think. Al-Waha room, yeah. Tomorrow afternoon, yeah. And I just wanted to go back to the question that you asked about the compliance. And there are agencies, so part of the funding for the U4E initiative comes also from the Global Environment Facility. I believe also there's recent funding that's been approved through the Montreal Protocol, both for twinning workshops and then also for an efficiency improvement. So potentially some of that, the ozone officers can advocate for some of that also to go towards compliance and enforcement. So I think there's resources, and I think if you sit down with a few people here, there's ways that some of that funding could get used for enforcement and for getting a test lab. Maybe it's Gambia, maybe it's regional, maybe there's some for refrigerators, some for air conditioners in different countries, that kind of thing. So I think there's ways to get around, the enforcement issue, and I think there's funding available as long as the program's, well designed, well thought out. Thank you.
Just want to add Nigeria experience with the testing center. When we had our cooling program, we stopped somewhere. As he said, Global Environment Facility also has that provision. So in your country, if it is your priority, you can also include testing lab as a component in a program. But also GIZ. Our own, it was GIZ who completed it. Jeff started it, did not complete, but GIZ picked from there, and today we have a very good testing lab supported by GIZ also. All that could be another way of getting it done. Thank you.
Any more questions, comments?
I think it's been very interesting because I'm part of the policy working group for this, and I didn't know so much about MEPS until I joined the group, and then coming to this panel too has also opened my eyes further. And climate change is not going away; it's only going to get hotter. His example of having to, I was watching a documentary recently where people in other countries are also having problems with education because of the temperature, and it's not going to get cooler. It's only going to get warmer. So I think that also plays into the market, because now we have to make sure that we get more efficient, more easy access, and the gentleman from Santana mentioned about price. So I think this is something that we really have to collaborate and work together, because the situation is not going to get any better with regards to heating. Thank you. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you very much for highlighting the need for collaboration. So if there are no more questions, I can close the session by, first of all, thanking you for your valuable time and contribution. And also, I hope this was a fruitful discussion for all of you. Thank you very much.
If you can send
this today because I will prepare it tomorrow. Maybe some of the slides is important.
It will be